Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook. Wizard. Sign into the extraordinary potion at the beginning. Chapter 81. Inside the lounge. Angoulette took a deep breath, suppressed his beating heart, and with a thought, a familiar light appeared in the void in front of him. Immediately afterwards, the light continuously changed, and finally transformed into a pure golden streak. And in the golden light, there are still a series of pictures presented. Seeing this scene, Angoulette showed a faint smile. Those who can have appearance screens are all extraordinary good things. What is shown in the picture is a building in the endless void, with chains extending into the void, wrapping around every corner of the building and fixing it here, so that it will not fall into the endless space below. Inside the whirling void abyss. There shouldn't be any strong wind in the void, and such natural factors will not affect the void. But by chance, there is a strong attraction, which is continuously generated under the huge building pulled and fixed by the chains, absorbing everything around it. It was a huge dark hole in a rotating shape, so that all traces of matter around it would be sucked into it. This is the void abyss, which is extremely terrifying, even more terrifying than the unknown of the black hole. Those who are sucked into it cannot come out again. And in that huge building, each facility is similar to guarding, imprisoning. This seems to be a very terrifying empty prison. The figure of the guard is very tall, and his race is not human. He has 4 feet and wears special boots. He is patrolling the interior of the void prison, making a very obvious sound of trampling. Most of the cells here are empty, and they are patrolling the relatively empty cell areas. When patrolling the deepest part of the void prison, that is, the area with prisoners, they will stop subconsciously, and then go to other places to patrol. Because the prisoners inside are the most vicious and terrifying criminals in the starry sky. When Angoulette saw this, he suddenly had a feeling in his heart. The following pictures can be followed up with his own consciousness. Soon following his thoughts, the picture directly passed through the thick gate that separated the prisoner area. The environment inside is a prison cell that has been specially treated separately, and it is all sealed up, so you can't see the situation inside. And in the aisle, there are still many corpses of guards who have died, but no one has collected their bodies. It's not difficult for Angoulette to guess some of the circumstances. There was a lot of surprise in my heart about the existence of these cells. The materials of these cells are not ordinary, but have extraordinary properties. The corpses of the dead guards all exuded an aura that shocked Angoulette, which proved that their strength was not weak. It's just that compared to the prisoners in the cell, they are still too weak. Even if it was just patrolling, they were all killed, still separated by so many blockades. Angoulette was sure that in these single cells, there must be more facilities restraining the corresponding criminals. The starry sky is really incomparably bright. There are many unknowns that Angoulette has never known. It's really like dissecting the guards here. Angoulette glanced eagerly at the corpse of the guard on the aisle, but unfortunately, this is just a projection similar to the picture, and it cannot touch reality at all. So what's next? What should I do? Looking around, he found that there were 6 cells in total, which proved that there were 6 extremely terrifying criminals among them. Angoulette wrote 10 messages, with a knowing smile on the corner of his mouth. It turns out that I want to let myself choose. There are 6 cells, so which one should you choose? Angoulette moved the screen closer to those cells, but there seemed to be a kind of binding force, and he couldn't see the situation inside through these cells. Even in the state of the picture, it is impossible to go deep, as if there is some kind of rule that binds it. Then in this way, only blind selection can be performed. But Angoulette still took a closer look at each cell. There is no name, no mark, no special information left, and there are 6 identical warehouse information. But Angoulette didn't make a rash choice, but looked at the guard's body in the aisle. The choice is of course to choose the strongest criminal. And judging from the placement of the corpses on the ground, this cell should be the one with the most deaths. Angoulette manipulated the screen to come to the innermost cell on the right. There are about 7 or 8 corpses of guards lying in the aisle here. Angoulette made up his mind immediately, and following his thoughts, the picture was finally fixed in this prison cell. Soon the picture broke through the shackles of the unknown and penetrated into it. Saw what was going on inside. It was a burly man with no clothes on, revealing his body covered in scars, nailed with various mechanical barbs, and huge chains wrapped around the dead corner of the cell. At all times, a needle had already half pierced into the back of the man's head, but under mechanical control, the deadly liquid was not injected into the man's body. The long golden hair is scattered on both sides, and there are special fixing devices, which firmly lock the man's joints, as well as the muscles that are exerting force, and even the cheeks of the mouth are fixed. The tongue in the mouth is also fixed. It seemed that once this man's tongue was able to exert force, it would cause irreparable consequences. Angelet was also taken aback when he saw this situation. It's kind of miserable. But from this man's body, even through a screen, Angelet felt a little scary. Life is threatened in a certain amount, which is very uncomfortable. There are also many utensils that restrain men, and the materials used are all materials with extraordinary properties. The prompt of the God-level sign-in system came. Reminder: the host has successfully selected the prison cell. Please use your own method to choose to sign a contract with the criminal. No matter whether you succeed or not, you only have this chance. Supplement: the host must be careful with the signing of this contract, and supplement the content of the contract. This criminal is extremely dangerous. Surprise flashed in Angelet's eyes, and even the system reminded him repeatedly. This man is probably far from being as simple as he saw. With the help of the Eye of Truth, Angelet spent a lot of time drawing up a wizard contract. Specific content, including unconditional obedience to Angelet's arrangements, Angelet's orders. It is not allowed to hurt Angelet, and it is not allowed to do things without Angelet's order. As a price, Angelet will give the subject freedom, and he only needs to serve Angelet for 1,000 years to get the freedom the subject wants. And during the service period, Angelet will not let the subject do things to send him to death, or intentionally entrap him. Angelet formulated the wizard's contract very carefully, and made all aspects to the extreme. Of course, if you want to run for the horse, you must also feed the horse. Angelet gave the other party the freedom they wanted most. This achieves the best principle of equivalent exchange, and it is also the best choice that Angelet can give. Then the next step is to let this man choose whether to sign a contract with himself. Angelet has a 70% chance of getting this man to sign a contract with him. After all, no one is willing to endure such painful torture. Angelet thought about it for a while. When he was bound here all the time, unable to move, unable to do what he wanted to do. I can only waste light and shadow, wasting the most precious time in my life. That is an incomparably deep despair. In the lounge, the golden light from the sign-in desk was already being consumed, and the light became increasingly dimmer. And the picture gradually became a little unstable, and the time left for Angelet was actually running out. With a thought, Angelet was once again connected with the inside of the cell in the picture. He took the initiative to send a message to that man. Are you willing to sign a contract with me and get the freedom you want? When this information appeared in the man's mind, I don't know how many years I haven't moved my thoughts, but now they are slowly working. The man's blonde head was slightly raised, revealing a pair of eyes that were as hot as the sun. There was an extreme evil spirit in those eyes, as if they had killed tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of lives. It was extremely terrifying, and the aura generated by this even made Angelet on the other side of the screen feel a burst of shock. At least it is also a level of strength comparable to that of a second-level wizard. Because this aura is far inferior to the aura of the Black Sun wizard in the Black Sun key, held by Angelet. What's the price? Angelet captures the content of the message conveyed by the man, and can also feel the excitement suppressed by the man. Serve me for 1,000 years. Angelet also passed on the content of the wizard's contract to this man. Moreover, there is also a discourse message. If you are willing, then sign the contract and choose to agree in your heart. After that, Angelet waited silently, and even left the state of observing the scene directly on the screen. Because the golden light became increasingly dimmer, the picture became unstable to a certain stage. It seemed as if it was going to disappear in the next moment. But Angelet still didn't wait for the other party's reply. In this way, time passed slowly. When the golden light completely disappeared, the picture also disappeared. Angelet's expression was still very calm, with confidence in his eyes and a well-thought-out plan. He believes that the other party will agree and choose. After all, compared with being imprisoned in endless time with no way out. During these 1,000 years, there is still a hope. Moreover, wizard contracts, equal transactions, each other can get what they need. Under the witness of the trial bird, it is impossible to violate it. About 10 seconds later, after Angelet sensed the message in his mind, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. A reminder. The host, Rentu Wong Mang, has successfully signed a contract 527 with you, and will serve you for 1,000 years, and the price is to give you freedom. A reminder. Because transcription takes a lot of time, it is estimated that it will take 20 days to transcribe Rentu Wong Mang. A. Angelet's expression is still full of joy, to be able to harvest such a thing to drive away. So that the men, even if it takes 20 days to get it, that's nothing. 1 month, Angelet can afford to wait. Sunlight penetrated through the clouds and irradiated the earth. Angelet came to the balcony and took a breath of fresh air. The strength has been sufficiently improved, and the 4th stage of mixing poison and refining body, witchcraft is enough to fight against a 3rd-level wizard apprentice. And the corresponding mastery of witchcraft gave Angelet the confidence to deal with any scene. The threat of the Zijinhua family is no longer a big deal. The secret realm of the freshman assessment is the time of liquidation. There was a sneer at the corner of Angelet's mouth. In the void in front of him, a data message suddenly appeared. Reminder. The analysis of the Polaris Elemental Wizard experimental data is in progress. There are 3 stages in total. The analysis of the 1st stage has been completed, and the analysis of the 2nd stage is in progress. There are 3 parts in total. The 1st part completed, the 2nd part completed, the 3rd part into 36.5%. Angelet's current attainment of elemental wizards has reached a certain level. At least not weaker than the average 3rd-level wizard apprentice. After analyzing the Polaris Elemental Wizard experimental data, his elemental attainments can even be said to be among the best among the 3rd-level wizard apprentices. Angelet came to the cultivation room. As soon as you enter it, you can feel the sudden change in temperature in the air. Compared with the outside temperature, it is about 10 degrees higher. In the dragon's nest, the ancient crystal has been playing its role. After Angelet used the wizard formation that gathers energy particles from the heavens and the earth, it has been able to support the nutritional supply of the black box young dragon. It seems to have sensed Angelet's arrival. A dark head popped out from the dragon's nest, saw Angelet, joy burst out of the dragon's eyes, and ran towards Angelet happily. Boom boom boom. Angelet's pupils changed slightly, and the size of the black-armored young dragon was even bigger than before, and it was about a circle bigger. The Eye of Truth begins to function. The data of the black-armored young dragon changed so much that even Angelet was a little shocked. Target: black-armored young dragon. Status: childhood. Abilities: extraordinary physique, dragon breath, dragon blood, dragon might. A growth: 78%. The growth status of the black-armored young dragon has reached 78%, and when it reaches 100%, it will be able to advance to the youth stage. At that time, it will be directly comparable to the combat effectiveness of a limit master apprentice. After becoming an adult, he will be able to fight official wizards without losing the wind. Angelet touched the black-armored young dragon, whose head had become the size of a watermelon, with a smile on his face. The little guy has become a big guy. I have to say that Angelet is very gratified, all the way from the mortal period to the present. The little guy has been sleeping with him the whole time. In the future, he is destined to become a good partner of his. The black-armored dragon can also feel Angelet's emotions, stick out its hot tongue, and lick Angelet's palm continuously. Angelet, who came out of the cultivation room, came to the laboratory. The growth status of the black-armored young dragon exceeded his expectations. It seems that the effect of the ancient crystal is more than Angelet's idea. As expected of an extraordinary item of original red quality. Today, Angelet has one more important thing to accomplish. That is the practice of Thunder Emperor's art of war. With the breakthrough of the witchcraft of mixing poison and refining body, Angelet's physical body became stronger. The prerequisites for practicing the Thunder Emperor's art of war, again have been met. The 1st stage is the melting point of the flesh and blood base. This time, it can be considered to reach the 2nd stage. Angelet thought about it, and the wizard knowledge related to Thunder Emperor's art of war echoed in his mind. The improvement of each stage is a leap forward for Angelet's own strength improvement. And the second stage is the stage of the melting point of flesh and blood lightning. With only 9 days before the freshman assessment, Angelet decided to master the second stage of Thunder Emperor's Art of War. In the newborn secret realm, set the record for the fastest passing time. Become famous in one fell swoop. The current Angelet has enough wings. With the addition of Thunder Emperor's Art of War, it can be called the #1 apprentice under the Limit Master. If you add the Fire Dragon Sword, it is not impossible for an extreme wizard apprentice to fight. Behind it is the influence of the Green Mother Wizard, and the influence of the potion line exists. You don't need to care about the influence of the official wizard level, and naturally there is a Green Mother Wizard who will protect him. Sometimes when you are a fledgling, you do some things right. When you have enough strength, some things you do should change. The degree of this is something that many people cannot understand clearly. If the strength has reached a level, don't show yourself, don't show your value. How to get more resources, how to get more attention. The original danger was nothing but an irresistible challenge. Now, Angelet has enough confidence to face some challenges. The idea in the random heart has changed. The most obvious manifestation is that Angelet no longer needs the free courses in the lower house of the Dark Wizard Academy. The wizard knowledge that should be learned is almost mastered. Those tasks that can be accepted, those wizard jobs, are not necessary for Angelet at all. Angelet, who has mastered pharmacy, has enough ability to obtain corresponding resources. Only the House of Lords can continue to support Angelet's development. A formal wizard's course, better and more wizard quests. More resources poured into, more benefit division, more able to directly consume dark points, and enter various master secret realms. This is much better than the so-called novice secret realm, full of extraordinary resources needed by various wizards. Including some precious wizard medicines, the raw materials needed can only be produced in this wizard secret realm. There is also a necessary secret realm of practice. It can be said that only the House of Lords is the real member of the White Bone Club. The lower house is only a group of GU raisers. Only wizards who have the ability to enter the House of Lords will be truly cultivated. Didn't see the new students in the House of Commons, so they have to find ways to obtain even wizard meditation. This is the biggest reason. The Bone Society is the most cruel and evil among the many wizard forces, so to speak. Angelet was tired of going on in the House of Commons. The upper house can have better development, and it has the ability to deal with challenges in all aspects. Even if you become a wizard of the Bone Society, after the unprecedented freshman assessment, you will enter the upper house of wizards. So what? Angelet's mouth curled into a smile. Since the Green Mother Wizard wants to develop the Green Mother Potion line, the interests of the potion line are guaranteed. Then Angelet decided to bring the real power of the medicine line. A real opportunity for growth. In front of other wizard lines, show the deterrent feeling of the potion line. Close indoors. The dark environment and quiet atmosphere are enough to bring the best practice environment for wizards. Suitable for the mastery of various witchcraft, as well as the meditation of self-meditation. Angelet sat cross-legged in the center, recalling a lot of wizard knowledge in Thunder Emperor's Art of War in his mind. In the darkness, a pale golden stream of data flashed suddenly. It was a pair of extremely deep eyes. Angelet has activated the ability of the Eye of Truth, and started to analyze in real time with all her strength. Soon, a large amount of wizard knowledge was thoroughly analyzed in Angelet's mind. The energy particles in the body also began to work gradually. And Angelet's breathing also had a very obvious change at this moment. It is sudden and heavy, now urgent, now fast and slow, and suddenly long breath. It's very strange, and also very weird. Let the people who see and feel the breathing rate feel that their heart is beating with this breathing rate. If it is an extraordinary life, that's okay, you can save your own life. If it is an ordinary mortal, when they hear the first sound, they will be completely unable to get rid of it. The heart will keep beating, and finally, because the heart and breathing rate cannot be synchronized, it will directly explode and shatter, and the death is very miserable. This is the power of Thunder Emperor's Art of War. Only extraordinary existences can have the conditions to practice. And ordinary extraordinary existences can only bear the frequency of breathing. And can't really get started with practice. Only Angelet, because of his wizard physique and the practice of mixing poison and refining body, witchcraft, has obtained an unprecedentedly strong physique. To be able to practice. Now, it is Angelet's second practice. The Eye of Truth is the best auxiliary item, allowing Angelet to master the melting point stage of the base of flesh and blood for the first time in practice. But this time, Angelet didn't have much confidence in the practice. Maybe it can break through to the state of lightning melting point. Or it is still in the state of maintaining the melting point of the substrate. Everything is unknown, because the difficulty of practicing Thunder Emperor's art of war is really too great. Angelet, who is so big that he has the Eye of Truth, must also proceed cautiously and slowly. But no matter what, every practice is the best challenge for Angelet. It is also a leap in the improvement of the physical body. The value of 40 points of spiritual power is the value possessed by the ultimate wizard apprentice. Every extreme wizard apprentice will always maintain this mental power value, and there will be no change. As if stuck, what can change is the quality of mental power and the quality of energy particles. There is also the knowledge of wizards, as well as the improvement of physical body and mental state. In fact, the extreme wizard apprentices are also preparing for these. Only after polishing everything to perfection, they will proceed to the process of breaking through the official wizard. Across that cruel and difficult threshold. Once successful, it will be a cart jumping over the dragon's gate, and from then on, the sea and the sky will be bright. The value of mental power will also be purified. You can continue to improve. Angelet's breathing changes are more obvious, and the range of changes is also from small to large, and the span is getting bigger and bigger. Soon, with the continuous participation of energy particles in the body, the physical body began to generate billowing heat. As time passed, this heat also turned into a rolling heat wave. From the soles of the feet, it has spread to every corner of the body. A faint blush appeared on the skin, which looked amazing. This is the warm-up before practicing Thunder Emperor's art of war. Activate the physical body to the stage where the frequency of practice can be used. That is, the stage of activation and activation of the physical body. If there is no such step, just rashly start directly following the melting point cultivation method of Thunder Emperor's warfare. There is only one result. And this result is also very terrible. That is, the physical body completely melts into a puddle of material liquid, and cannot be changed in any way. There is even fibrosis, which is an irreversible and complete injury. Only by taking the healing wizard potion in the fastest time can one stabilize one's physical injuries. Angelet's body at this moment is like a furnace, and the activation of the physical body has reached its peak. Even spontaneously produced a desire. Absorb more nutrients and get stronger cravings. At this stage, Angelet uses about twice as much biological energy as the normal one. Angelet's mind began to empty out, gradually bringing her spiritual power into her physical body. The spiritual power that has reached the materialization stage can perfectly participate in the process of changing the melting point of some energy particles. Prevent certain accidents from happening. With the participation of spiritual power, Angelet observed the microscopic interface, where he could see his own flesh, and even the activities of some beneficial bacteria. But if you want to go deeper and see your own cells, that is a stage that Angelet's mental power cannot do. Unless it has reached the mental power of an official wizard level. Then, under the control of Angelet's thoughts, the energy particles that had spread all over the body followed the traces of the last time, and were directly injected into the flesh cells. Soon, the activated flesh cells began to greedily absorb Angelet's own energy particles. And there is no sign of stopping, Deo has been absorbing. The meaning of going down. If the potential of Angelet's physical body is large enough and the strength of the physical body can support it, theoretically it can be permanently absorbed and strengthened. But at the current stage of Angelet's physical body, even if it absorbs Angelet's own energy particles, it still cannot absorb all of them. It can only absorb a part, and then that part of the flesh and blood cells, because they can't bear so many energy particles, start to melt themselves. During this process, and because of the support of sufficient energy, the powerful blood cells began to heal spontaneously and adequately. These reorganized flesh and blood tissue cells, Darwin's survival of the fittest changes. Flash cells that can accept more energy particles have been reorganized. Then more flesh and blood cells were melted, reorganized, and continued to absorb more energy particles, and then could not support again, reached the critical line, and melted. After that, it reorganized again, and continued to absorb. So and so, keep repeating, keep going back and forth, as if there is no end. Wang Jiaohao. And the potential of Angelet cells is endless. However, this feeling is only Angelet's illusion after all. There is no life, and its flesh and blood cells have no limits. No matter how powerful a life is, it has its own limit, even if it can cross the void, even if it can withstand the explosion of the planet. Angelet also has her own limits. Soon, he noticed the load of his flesh and blood cells through the eye of truth. The absorption of self-energy particles was stopped in time. This is another limitation of practicing Thunder Emperor's art of war. Because of the activity of flesh and blood cells, the sensitivity of the cells has been reduced to the minimum, and it is very likely that even the practitioner himself has not noticed these subtle correlations. Absorbing and absorbing will lead to the complete collapse of the entire physical body. Cells also melt and die in a large area, causing irreversible damage. Simply because Angelet has the monitoring of the eye of truth, such a tragedy will not happen. With the suggestion of time, Angelet's body gradually stopped from being hot. In the end it was calm. Angelet felt it a little bit. The consumption of energy particles is about 70%. It is estimated that the next practice will have to use external force to assist. Just his own energy particles cannot support the gluttonous mouth of flesh and blood cells in the flesh. Angelet stood up, felt his physical state, and squeezed his fists. Although it has not reached the lightning melting point state of the second stage. However, the increased stats of the physical body made Angelet very satisfied every day. Almost, you can wait for the opening of the newborn secret realm. Anthena the reckoning, and the value of the improved physical body has also reached. In an area near the Dark Wizard Academy, it is relatively remote, and there are many residential building areas, which can be regarded as the place where wizards who are not very wealthy live. A low-level wizard like Mullen. At this moment, in a certain building in this area, in the room, two women came out of the closed place, with smiles on their faces. Aya glanced at Kaylin, and said excitedly, I succeeded, I finally learned that attacking witchcraft. It can release the power of flames and destroy everything at a cost. I tested it, and it is enough to melt the entire table into pieces. The energy particles in the hand spread out, forming a little bit of weak flame. Exudes a dangerous atmosphere. Kaylin was also very happy and said, Great, so our strength will be improved, and the assessment of the newborn secret realm will be held soon. We will definitely be able to successfully come out of the newborn secret realm. Have you succeeded in learning witchcraft? I remember that the Zijinhua family gave you a witchcraft that uses natural plants. It is very difficult to practice. Aya asked. Kaylin said confidently, Of course, the thorns are entangled. I have mastered them thoroughly, and I can cast them within 3 seconds with a thought. When I cast my witchcraft, I haven't had any tricks yet. The breath exists, and the concealment is good. As she said that, her hand was also glowing with a faint green light, and soon, a potted plant in the room grew rapidly, forming a plant with vines wrapped around it, and there were all kinds of sharp barbs on it, as if has a different kind of toxicity. Aya looked at this scene with joy, and one nodded in satisfaction and said, This is great, the two of us will definitely pass the freshman assessment. Kaylin said with a smile, It's all thanks to our good friend Angelet. Thanks to him, we have everything we have today. With the idea of AA wizard meditation, self-energy particles were born, and we even learned a wizard technique. Yes, Aya also sighed and said, but the expression on her face was full of complacency and sarcasm towards Angelet. All of this is Angelet's own fault. We didn't want to go to this point. If he didn't ruin so many opportunities for us, his temper would still be so disgusting. Even though he said so, the faces of the two women were full of approval. He acknowledged that he had sold Angelet to the Zijinhua family. The wizarding world is brutal. If Angelet wanted to blame, he could only blame himself for being too ignorant of depth. Being so maverick on the boat, and still so maverick in the White Bones Society, this is the root cause of his courtship. Kaylin said indifferently, Okay, I'm too lazy to talk about that guy, he must have been killed by the Zijinhua family, let's consolidate our strength again. Refining the energy particles again, I heard that there are some supernatural beings that are dangerous in the newborn secret realm. That's right, the dead don't need us to care. Aya also echoed, and picked up Kalen's words and said, in the newborn secret realm, there are not only all kinds of wild secret realm extraordinary creatures but also various harsh environments. We need to walk from the entrance to the exit. It can be said that it's tough, eh? The two looked at each other, and then said with a smile, but we are no longer mortals, we already have the power of wizards, and have also learned witchcraft, so it is natural for us to pass the newborn secret test. The bright sunshine brings warmth to the dark place, and pulls long shadows from various buildings. And in the ancient forest garden where the Green Mother Wizard is. Jinx said to Rhea with some doubts. Why didn't you see Angelet? Hasn't he been to Gulen Garden these days? What the hell is he doing? To be honest, Jinx is kind of annoyed. Because he felt Angelet wasted his talent. There are only 4 of them in the line of Green Mother Potion, and each of them can be said to have a very important role. And Angelet has the talent that even the Green Mother Wizards value, but why is she so decadent? That's right, Jinx thinks that Angelet is wasting her time by not coming to Gulen Garden these days. What is there to be afraid of? What is there to feel embarrassed about? She also has Yalin, Rhea and others, whose level and knowledge of medicine are higher than Angelet, shouldn't it be? They studied at least a year or 2 longer than Angelet. Then she thought, maybe it was because of the importance of the Green Mother Wizard, which put too much pressure on Angelet AECI. After all, the entire lineage of potions was almost equally shared among the 4 of them. Because my own level is still not up to the self-confidence, and to withstand the fancy of the Green Mother Wizard. Thinking of this, Jinx also sighed. In this way, she didn't know what to do. If Angelet continues like this, the gap between them will only grow wider. Now, Jinx has mastered the basic medicine knowledge to perfection. It has almost begun to involve advanced pharmacy knowledge. I am currently applying with the Green Mother Wizard. Rhea, who was asked, thought for a while and replied, it seems that Angelet is a freshman, and all freshmen need to take part in the Freshman Secret Realm assessment. If they fail, they will be expelled from the Dark Wizard Academy. At this time, Yalin also came out of the house, and he heard him talking outside, and said directly. It is estimated that Angelet is preparing to pass the Secret Realm assessment for new students. This matter is also quite important. In the past 2 months, he must break through to the first-level wizard apprentice, and then give birth to his own energy particles so as to have a chance to pass successfully. Freshman Secret Realm Assessment. This is a rather difficult assessment for new students. Jinx also thought of this, and didn't say anything else. Rhea said, in 7 or 8 days it will be the freshman assessment. After that, Angelet should come over. Anyway, I believe that Angelet can pass the assessment. After all, he is the person that the Green Mother Wizard values. Jinx and Yalin also believed that Angelet could pass the freshman assessment. As a formal wizard, the Green Mother Wizard has an extraordinary vision. I just hope that Angelet won't be too far behind us, otherwise it will be very difficult for even the best talents to keep up with our progress. Jinx said suddenly, just after his freshman Secret Realm assessment, I will help him make up the course, and strive to achieve the basic knowledge of medicine as soon as possible. After the consummation, he needs to do it himself. This decision made the other 2 feel very good. Location: mountain area, wizard residence. Angelet stood on the balcony, relaxing her powerful body, looking at the outside environment. But in the void in front of him, what appeared was a system data panel belonging to him. Host: Angelet. Level 2 Wizard Apprentice. Current physique: 37. Current mental power: 24. Energy particles: 240. Direction: elemental witchcraft, black sun walking, shadow corrosion, shadow piercing, shadow world, heart of nature, shadow replacement. Special witchcraft: incarnation, hand of alchemy, cross-border trade witchcraft. Battle body witchcraft: mixing poison and refining body, 4 stages. Strategy: Thunder Emperor, flesh base melting point stage. Qualification: 4 grades. Wizard physique: star body. Innate ability: manipulate starlight, evolve nothingness. Meditation method: dark tides, 10 wizard runes. Pharmacy: basic pharmacy knowledge, advanced pharmacy knowledge. Pharmaceutical formula: low level, azure potion, blood Roland potion, Crimson Potion, Nightmare Potion, Medium, Dreamless Sleep Potion, Returning Source Potion, Bryn Essence Potion. High Level, Blooming Miracle Potion. A Magic Stone. 10 items. Red, Black Sun Key Inheritance. Gold, Ancient Crystal, Fire Dragon Sword. Purple, Wizard Ring, Star Potion X2. Blue, Meteorite Sword, Invisibility Cloak, Crystal Tears of the Goddess, Potion of Blood Roland X1. A. The physique has reached a threshold that Angulette can raise to now, a terrifying value of 37 points. Even among the third-level wizard apprentices, they are also the most powerful group. Angelette's mouth curled into a faint smile. Strength is his greatest confidence. The palm of his hand became a fist, and he suddenly hammered towards the void in front of him. It seemed that the hammer hit something real, and made a deafening sound. Spread throughout the area of the wizard's dwelling. With the power of the fist pouring down, and the contact of the arm with the air, the friction caused by the speed is too fast, and the terrifying wind formed directly swept across a continuous tree. Soon, the canopy fell from the range, and a large number of leaves and branches broke off and fell. The momentum, suddenly, was so majestic. Now Angelette's physical body has reached an unprecedented level of strength. Mental power is also among the freshmen, the strongest and the highest quality. Enough to crush everything. Even in the House of Commons, if calculated according to the value of mental power, it can be regarded as a relatively strong group. But spiritual power is not only based on numerical value, but also on quality. Angulette, who has achieved substantive spiritual power, is enough to crush all the wizard apprentices in the House of Commons. He has this confidence, fantasy and reality, body and soul. Soul-derived spiritual power. With the combination of soul and flesh, Angelette's potential to explode is extremely terrifying. Plus some special witches. No sorcerer's apprentice would want to face an opponent like Angulette. Time passed slowly, and the day of the new student's secret realm assessment was getting closer and closer. Angulette also performed several random check-ins. But none of them are good things. Most of the white quality. While Angulette felt a little helpless, he also admired the word random. Sure enough, it was really random. When you are lucky, purple and gold will appear in succession. If you are unlucky, the white ones will come out. Even blue quality items are very rare. 2 days before the freshman secret realm assessment, Angulette went to the Dark Wizard Academy on a rare occasion. It happened to be an energy class today, but Angulette didn't attend. It stuck at the moment when the energy class just ended. Interval. Standing at the door of the energy class classroom. Within 3 seconds after class was over, the classroom door was pushed open. Polaris walked out as usual, with a windy figure, fluttering hair, and an indifferent face. But when I saw Angulette, I was still surprised at first glance. It seems that he didn't expect Angulette to wait for her here. It seemed that she hadn't been notified in advance. Angulette smiled faintly, but Polaris had some inexplicable feelings in his heart. "How did you come?" Polaris said lightly. "Can't I come, Senior Polaris?" Angulette smiled slightly. "Can," Polaris said faintly. At this time, some wizard apprentices in the classroom also came out. But at the moment when he saw the back of Polaris, he stopped in his footsteps, and his face was a bit terrified. Almost didn't respond. "What's up with Polaris?" Then saw Angulette talking face to face with Polaris. "There was a storm in my heart. Good guy. There is actually a male wizard waiting for the North Star. This wizard can't be wrong. He is definitely a man of the hour in the House of Commons. It is said that it has also become the companion of Polaris. It is the most incredible existence in the hearts of many people." I don't know how many apprentice wizards felt shocked and unbelievable after hearing this. But Polaris and Angulette didn't care about these wizard apprentices, but continued to talk. "Let's go. The old place." Angulette spoke proactively, then smiled faintly, and headed towards the exit of the Dark Wizard Academy. Polaris frowned slightly, but still followed. As for those wizard apprentices, they were already dumbfounded. What did they hear? This freshman actually took the initiative to come to make an appointment with Polaris and pick him up. And Polaris actually agreed. Is this the Polaris who is extremely cold and murderous without blinking an eye? They feel that the world has changed a lot. The two walked on the familiar streets of the business district. This street made the two people who didn't shop very much get acquainted with each other. Polaris looked at the front of Angelet's back, his expression became strange, and there was a bit of complexity in his eyes. She was very surprised that her mood would fluctuate like this. Especially when seeing Angelet, it was the strongest. The sky had gradually darkened, and when the two arrived at the Night Wizard Tavern, it was completely dark. The scenery at dusk was still very unique, and two figures stood in front of the door of the Night Wizard Tavern. The shadows of the two were stretched very long, as if they were overlapping each other. When Angelet pushed the door and entered, the afterglow of the setting sun disappeared completely, and it was the arrival of night instead. "Welcome the guests. What kind of package is it? Is it a private room or a lobby?" The serving wizard bowed slightly and spoke. But before he finished speaking, there was a drastic change in his expression, and there was an unprecedented shock in his eyes. She actually saw Polaris and came to drink with this newborn wizard at night. Already the third time. The mind of the serving wizard is full of turmoil. Could it be that Polaris and this newborn wizard have really become partners? How is this possible? Polaris is the ultimate wizard apprentice, and whether this new student will become a wizard is a big question. The serving wizard was greatly shocked. She didn't understand very much. Originally, she thought it was caused by rumors. The real situation is not like this. Impossible to imagine. The gap between the two is really too big. It's so big that the service wizard can't think of this possibility at all. Angelet narrowed his eyes. Why does this service wizard always come here in a strange way? I feel a little out of my mind. He coughed, and Polaris behind him followed suit. Stand side by side with Angelet. Because of Angelet's wizard physique and combat body, his figure has become very tall, and his temperament is also particularly outstanding. There is the mystery of the starry sky, the profound unknown of the wizard, and a unique wild, domineering and handsome facial features with a bit of contemplation. It was in stark contrast to Polaris, who had long straight black hair, an equally indifferent expression, a beautiful face, and was just a head lower than Angelet in height. Anyone who reads it will feel that these two people are somewhat similar and identical, and even in terms of temperament, they are incomparably harmonious. The service wizard shivered. Angelet's eyes and Polaris' eyes were all annotated on her body. This made her feel unprecedented heavy pressure, and even cold sweat appeared on her back. The palms of the clenched hands are also wet, and the soles of the feet are also a little wet, and the socks are wet. Okay, two distinguished guests, please follow me. The service wizard said in a trembling voice, and took Polaris and Angelet to the room they used to go to before. What would you like to drink? Under the warm lighting, it still has the familiar atmosphere from before. Polaris is already somewhat familiar, and sitting in his own seat, he is also very familiar with the road. Serving the wizard's words, it was Angelet who replied. Please give me double the amount of flavored wine for today. Okay, guests. Serving wizard chick-pecking rice nod. A few minutes later, the corresponding drinks had arrived on the table. With the serving wizard gone, only Polaris and Angelet remained in the room. With the fragrance secreted by the extraordinary plants, the atmosphere becomes more and more warm and cozy. Polaris' face was also a little more rosy, and it seemed that the expression on his indifferent face had melted a little. Angelet kept his eyes on Polaris. Polaris also looked at each other, and the expressions of both sides changed subtly at this moment. Angelet was smiling slightly. As for Polaris, there was a rare expression change. In the end, he shifted his gaze slightly and frowned slightly. I am also surprised. What happened to me? Why is it so strange? Inexplicably, she didn't like this feeling, but she didn't resist, and even had some inexplicable expectations deep in her heart. Polaris kills these distracting thoughts in my heart. His face returned to the previous indifferent expression, and he said directly to Angelet. You asked me to come over. What do you want to do? If you have anything to do, just say it. I am afraid that even Polaris himself has not noticed that some of his behaviors have changed a lot. For example, when it comes to using time, she races against every second, and will not waste a single minute. But in the time of contact with Angelet, it seems that he has already cared about the passage of time. Even in the silent stares just now, and the 1 or 2 minutes in the silent atmosphere, they didn't say anything. Angelet picked up the flavored wine on the table, took a sip, and said slowly. The day after tomorrow is the freshman assessment. I'm going to enter the newborn secret realm. Polaris froze for a moment. That cold face actually revealed a bit of cuteness at this moment. You want to go in? Polaris didn't realize it himself. When he spoke, his voice was a little eager. Yes, Angelette replied with a smile. To participate in the freshman assessment, this secret realm is a must. Polaris simply responded. Then he added, I have participated in it before, it's not considered dangerous. Before he finished speaking, Polaris hesitated and said, it should be regarded as dangerous, just be careful, if you can pass, pay attention to the changes in the environment and the extraordinary creatures in ambush. 0. Ask for flowers A. Among them, the poisonous extraordinary creatures are very troublesome, don't be attacked. I see. Angelette smiled slightly. At the same time, the wizard ring on his finger shone brightly. 2 copies of Star Potion were placed on the table. Then Angelette pushed directly to the North Star. It's time to take part in the secret realm of freshman assessment. I'll give you this potion in advance, and I only have 2 left. I know you have some problems with your physique. I have already helped you find a lot of constitution medicine formulas, and my medicine level has reached the level of advanced medicine knowledge, and I can refine. Angelette began to explain. He said a lot, and explained almost every detail. And Polaris just glanced at the Star Potion in front of him, then looked at Angelette, listening to his words. His eyes and expression were a bit strange. It seemed that he was wondering why Angelette would do this, and he was wondering why he was wondering again. Eyes and expressions, stupefied, looked even more cute. When Angelette rambled to the end, he took a serious look at Polaris, and met his eyes. Slowly said, wait for me to come back. Polaris pursed his lips, hesitated for a moment, and then said, okay. Polaris now feels that his heart is getting weird. This is not like what I can say. Why would I say that? For the first time, she felt that she was not like herself. Angelette chuckled and said, I shouldn't die. Polaris was silent for a while, and then put a portion of the Star Potion on the table into his wizard ring. Then pushed another Star Potion to Angelette. Polaris frowned, and said with a straight face, you should give me this Star Potion after you complete the freshman assessment. Okay, I'm leaving, there are still 2 experiments to do. After finishing speaking, he straightened his face and left the room. And Angelette's gaze fell on the table, where a stack of witchcraft scrolls was placed. Looks like Polaris forgot to take it. There was a happier smile on the corner of Angelette's mouth. Then put the stack of witchcraft scrolls into the wizard ring as a minister. There was a strong confidence in Angelette's eyes. He will definitely succeed in this freshman secret realm assessment. It has to be successful too. We'll also step into the upper house. The moonlight and the stars echo each other, and the light shines on the earth. Even in the thick night, it is a bit more bright and bright. The lights of the buildings in the business district of the dark place are not dark all night long, and there are many people on the street, entering and exiting the buildings. Constructed this bustling scene. Polaris walked out of the Night Wizard Tavern. His footsteps were too impatient and fast. And the expression on his face was full of complexity, and there was a bit of tangle and strangeness in his eyes. Even when he walked out of the atmosphere of the Night Wizard Tavern, his fair face still had a seductive blush. If there is a wizard apprentice who knows and is more familiar with the character of Polaris, seeing this scene, I am afraid that his pupils will tremble in shock. Polaris' current emotional reaction is really not like her. There is no such indifferent, cold, and indifferent reaction to everything in the past. The state of mind that seemed to be unmoved in the face of anything was completely shattered at this moment. The wizards walking on the street looked at the Polaris passing by in amazement. Some wizards recognized the identity of Polaris, and immediately lowered their heads, with a bit of fear in their eyes. Obviously know some of the power of Polaris. But when Polaris passed by, he couldn't help looking at the back of Polaris from the corner of his eye. After observing, they didn't know if it was their own illusion, but they found that Polaris had some emotional problems. It feels like there is something very urgent and you are rushing back. Lost the usual walking pace rhythm. Some of them have also taken Polaris courses, knowing the temperament of Polaris and the feeling when walking. 353, it seems that this is not the case. What is going on? Why did Polaris have such a big change? Returning to Polaris in the wizard's residence, he still couldn't calm down. She leaned against the back of the gate, and she didn't have much thought to think about anything related to the experiment. Her face was full of complex expressions. It would be unbelievable if it was placed in her past. Why is this so? It's really super weird. Could it be that I had feelings that ordinary people would have? Polaris frowned, feeling extremely complicated. My mind is also a mess. Thinking so much about what to do, there is no effect at all. Polaris shook his head, thinking that it was just his own illusion, or that he lived a high-intensity experimental life for too long. Looks like you really need to relax. Afterwards, Polaris came to the laboratory and turned on the energy of the laboratory. Suddenly, the whole space was brightened. She took out the star potion she got from Angelet, placed on the workbench, and there is already a star potion on the workbench. And that portion of the star potion has not been used up yet. Polaris demands itself in a strict way, maximizing the use of the star potion. It has been used almost 7 to 8 times, and she also feels that her physical body has been fully improved. If you add the star potion obtained from Angelet today, almost, you can barely support, your own energy particles are oppressive. But thinking about it, she couldn't help but think of Angelet's figure. The secret realm of the freshman assessment shouldn't be very dangerous, right? He should be able to pass. Can he come back alive? Polaris never thought that one day, he would care so much about a man, a little newborn. In the passing of time, a day and a night passed in a blink of an eye. Angelet is in her room, preparing for the examination related to entering the newborn secret realm. It must be done, foolproof preparation. After sorting out your own witchcraft content, you can formulate a wizard fighting method. It even analyzed its feasibility in detail with the eye of truth. Secondly, during this period of time, it took some time to make the wizard potion. Among them, the crimson potion and the blue potion are the most well prepared. One is able to recover from his injuries. One is the energy particles that can restore the energy consumed in the body. Secondly, there are witchcraft, and witchcraft scrolls, and other related things. Inside the scroll of witchcraft that Polaris left for Angelet, most of them are at the 3rd level wizard apprentice level, and there are even a few of them at the extreme wizard apprentice level. Angelet guessed that it should be made by herself and used by herself. It's just that after hearing that I was going to enter the newborn secret realm assessment, I stayed and let myself use it. Some warmth appeared in Angelet's heart, and a smile appeared on his face. Just such a stack of witchcraft scrolls is enough for him to walk sideways in the secret realm of the freshman assessment. Really, this is completely a dimensionality reduction blow. Angelet didn't even know what to say. Holding such an outrageous witchcraft scroll and entering the appreciation secret realm assessment, does that count as breaking the assessment rules? There should be no loss. It seems that there is no specific rule that you cannot carry witchcraft scrolls and witchcraft. There doesn't seem to be much difference between the witchcraft scroll of the 1st level wizard apprentice level and the witchcraft scroll of the extreme wizard apprentice level. Angelet touched his chin. Besides these, there are some other things. That is the black-armored young dragon, and Angelet is going to take it into the newborn secret realm. In the newborn secret realm, the outside world cannot watch the situation inside, and there are also a large number of extraordinary creatures inside, which can make the black-armored young dragon eat meat. By the way, it is also to vent your wildness. Keeping it at home all the time is not an option. What Angelet wants to gain is a fierce partner who can help him. Not a docile house cat. Angelet's eyes are incomparably deep, according to the information he has received. The freshman secret realm assessment is also 10 cruel screenings for freshmen. Only after the birth of self-energy particles and becoming a real wizard can there be a greater chance of coming back alive from the secret realm of the freshman assessment. And those who did not produce energy particles are naturally the ones that are eliminated. How could ordinary mortals deal with those ferocious wild extraordinary creatures? It is estimated that it will become the food for those wild extraordinary creatures to satisfy their hunger. As one of the recyclable methods for new students to assess the secret realm. Even if you are lucky enough to get out of the secret realm of the freshman assessment alive. But there is also a very cruel fact. Will be directly kicked out of the Dark Wizard Academy, to become those free wizards in the free zone. Angelet has been preparing, and the time is passing by every minute. In fact, it's not just him who is making preparations, other people who have passed through the freshman group are also sitting and preparing accordingly. Sophia and Freya live together in the same residence. This residence is relatively remote from the Dark Wizard Academy, but the only advantage is that the price is relatively cheap. The two of them, shared equally by each other, can also support the consumption of this bit of magic stone. In addition to being confused in the first month, after being awakened by Angelet, I instantly realized myself. Through various methods and channels, I finally became a real wizard. I also learned the corresponding witchcraft. Although the level is relatively shallow and low, I can also form my own combat effectiveness. He even developed his own set of fighting methods. Are you ready, Freya? Sophia put on the specially prepared battle attire, and took off the somewhat cumbersome wizard robe. A dagger was wrapped around the strap on the foot. In the wizard's pocket at the waist, there are also the wizard's potions that the two of them had finally obtained. A crimson potion that heals wounds. As for the azure potion that can restore energy particles, it is really expensive. The two of them were not willing to buy. Even the crimson potion can only be purchased in one copy. He thought that if one of the two was injured in the secret territory of the freshman assessment, half of the crimson potion would be used. Thinking about it, it also has its effect. There are also some special supernatural poison powders, some special items that hide one's own breath, smell, and even heat. For this freshman assessment, the preparations made by the two of them are also very sufficient. It's a pity that some aspects cannot be properly prepared due to the lack of funds. Just do the best you can. Freya, who was asked, the clothes she was wearing also changed. Underwear similar to Sophia is good for running, and then there is the cross sword against the wall. In the case that the methods of wizards cannot be perfected, they can only use some methods of mortal knights to deal with it. As a freshman of the Dark Wizard Academy, this is the most normal and reasonable preparation content. Angelet's stack of witchcraft scrolls has exceeded the standard by too much, and it can even be said to be a huge waste. Because in the secret realm of the freshman assessment, the strongest wild extraordinary creature is nothing more than a second-level wizard apprentice. Otherwise, this is not considered a freshman assessment, but a freshman execution. It's ready, Freya responded, showed an okay gesture. I don't know how many new students will die in this freshman assessment. Freya sighed and said, how many can pass? Sophia said with a smile. Anyway, the two of us will definitely pass the freshman assessment. By the way, there is Angelet. At that time, when we enter the mystery of rebirth, let's go find Angelet and unite with him. I believe that with the cooperation of the three wizards, we will be able to pass through the mystery of rebirth without a doctor. Freya's eyes also brightened. This method is really feasible. The last time they saw Angelet, they felt that Angelet was not simple. There is another extreme wizard apprentice like Polaris, standing behind. The strength is certain, and they will not be weaker by much. At that time, the combination of strong forces and the assessment of the new secret realm will not be a problem for them at all. Dr. Crow is conducting his own experiment on the Wizarding Road in the Wizarding Residence in the Business District. Studying the origin of bloodlines of extraordinary creatures, as well as extraordinary properties, the transformation between factors. His eyes were very serious, and he was concentrating on the operation on the analysis instrument. See the microbes at a deeper level, the microfactors, A. Gradually, he separated the individual limbs of two extraordinary creatures of different bloodlines. Then connect them with sutures. Finally, the first type of special fusion medicine obtained through the results of my own research. See if you can resolve the repulsion and repulsion of the initial fusion of genes between two different extraordinary creatures. Soon, in the glass case on the experimental platform, after the corresponding limbs of the two small supernatural beings replaced each other, a reaction occurred immediately. Squeak! The two extraordinary creatures became irritable and let out a very uncomfortable cry. Then it started hitting the glass cover. The next moment, his body swelled up, and after reaching a certain range, it suddenly began to burst, and blood foam formed in the glass cover. Dr. Crow's face was very gloomy. He took off his gloves and experimental clothes, and then walked out of the laboratory. Without a doubt, his Fusion 5.4 potion failed. The first attempt at the experiment was a failure. It also proves that the crystallization of his experimental results is fundamentally wrong. It is necessary to carry out related research again, and the amount of data that needs to be calculated will be huge and troublesome. It's no wonder that Dr. Crow's expression has become difficult to look at. Dr. Crow, who came to the balcony, looked at the many buildings in the business district, as well as the bustling scene. As if thinking of something, Dr. Crow's eyes moved slightly, and it seemed that tomorrow would be the freshman assessment. He sent some information to Angelette through the wizard Mark. It's some information about the secret realm of the freshman's assessment, the extraordinary creature branch in the secret realm, the location of the dangerous place, how to avoid it, and even a safe passage that he discovered when he participated in the freshman assessment, the way. But after so many years, I don't know if it still works. And Angelette in the wizard's residence also received related information very quickly. After learning about the relevant content, his expression was somewhat inexplicable. This is a network of intertwined interests. Before he knew it, he had already taken some shape. Even the entire embryonic form is extremely terrifying. Some help from two extreme wizard apprentices. What many wizards in the House of Commons dare not think about, but Angelette has done it. The corners of Angelette's mouth curled up slightly, and a faint smile appeared. Tomorrow, new students will assess the secret realm. What reason does he have to fail? Impossible at all. The sun shines through the clouds, bringing a rare bit of warmth to the earth. Winter is approaching, and there are raging cold winds everywhere, as well as the bone-drenching chill like a magical attack. Some wind and snow have already stained the flowers, plants and trees, and every morning when I wake up, I can see a little plane wrapping. Today's sun can be regarded as returning some warmth to the many lives that have been attacked by the cold, so that more lives will not be frozen to death. However, in the environment of the Darklands, there are two levels of differentiation. The area of AA, the lower court, is not shrouded by any wizard formations, and the chill also follows the outside world, without the slightest difference. On the contrary, in the upper court and the area where official wizards stay, there are more wizard formations of the Bone Society, which isolates the cold outside, and it is not an exaggeration to say that the four seasons are like spring inside. Polaris opened her eyes on the bed. Her eyes were deep, but also somewhat tired. Among the messy hair, there are slight traces of leaning on the white neck. I didn't fall asleep all night last night, and I was thinking about everything in my heart. Leaning against the head of the bed, a very strange thing happened. She was actually thinking about Angelette's participation in the freshman secret realm assessment. Will there be any danger? Can it be safe to pass the examination and so on? She didn't understand why she was thinking this. Sitting up from the bed, I sat in a daze for a long time. Only then gradually did his eyes focus, and he put on the wizard robe to cover his body. When I came to the balcony, I stretched out my hand, trying to feel the cold wind blowing outside and the snowflakes drifting away. Unfortunately, nothing was felt. There is only the right warmth that never changes. Under the influence of the wizard formation of the White Bone Society, it is impossible for the chill and snow wind outside to sweep in here. But it is also a little less, the changes and expectations in life. Polaris frowned, wondering when did he become so sentimental. Last night, there was no wizard experiment. What a waste of an evening. I am in 04 after all. But after thinking about it, his eyes couldn't help but wander, and he looked in the direction of the lower courtyard area. Perhaps, at this time, the freshman assessment has already begun. And Angelette has also entered the secret realm. Location: Dark Wizard Academy. The students in the Wizarding Academy are still attending classes and studying their own wizarding path as in the past. The freshmen, on the other hand, have to face the biggest test in their lives. That is the newborn secret realm assessment. When Angelette came to the freshman classroom, he opened the door and entered, and a dozen eyes had already focused on him. Seemingly, as if he was the last to arrive. Among these lines of sight, the meanings revealed are all different. Some watched with cold eyes, and quickly withdrew their gazes. Some are sarcasm, disdain. Obviously knew some rumors about Angelette. It has something to do with the extreme wizard apprentice, but obviously they don't believe it. It is believed that it was spread by Angelette himself. Want to get some attention with this method. As for the extreme wizard apprentice, of course he doesn't care about such a small role. Some are surprised, looking forward to. Most are just watching. Those who were able to participate in the freshman assessment alive had already been tempered by the Bone Club and had a bit of a real wizard temperament. But there are still a few, one or two, with despair on their faces, and the aura on their bodies, that is, the aura of mortal knights. Obviously, he just didn't get the idea of AA wizard meditation, and he didn't become a real wizard. This time the freshman's secret realm assessment, it is almost impossible for such a freshman to survive. Angelet's expression was indifferent, without the slightest emotion, and then he found a seat and sat down casually. By the way, it also responded. Sophia and Freya looked at each other. He nodded slightly. The bone demon wizard Akelay, who was in charge of the new students, hadn't arrived yet. And there is still about half an hour before the agreed time. Among the many freshmen in the classroom, except for the two mortal knights who only took some swords. All of them are well prepared, including swords and props used by doctors. The pockets on the body are full, and it looks like a big bag. It looks very bloated. And Angelet is very conspicuous. The clothes he was wearing were still wizard robes that were very inconvenient to move around, and then he didn't carry any items. It looks very simple, just like today is not a freshman assessment. Instead, go to class as normal. Now anyone who has a lot of eyes has noticed Angelet's body, and is full of disdain. Any Angelet is also the kind of person who gives up on himself. Soon, he withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes to rest his mind. Naturally, it was impossible for Angelet to have any reaction to these gazes, and sat on the seat with an indifferent expression, waiting for the opening of the freshman assessment. Of course, when he saw the two women sitting in the center of the classroom, there was still a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Aya and Kaelin are a little panicked now, because they saw the last person who should not be here. That's Angelet. Because they handed over Angelet's news to the Zijinhua family, they obtained enough resources. Fearing that the matter would be exposed, and being discovered by the officials of the Dark Wizard Academy, he had been hiding in his rented residence. Wait for things to ferment for some time, and after the news heat has passed, come out for activities. Naturally, he didn't know the most eager news at the Dark Wizard Academy. They took advantage of these resources and the meditation ideas of wizards, have been practicing hard to become wizards, and practiced witchcraft. From this point of view, these two women also have their own uniqueness. At least I was able to have the perseverance to practice hard for 2 full months without leaving the door once. But it is obvious that they cannot bear the consequences of some of the things they have done. The two of them are already on Angelet's must-kill list. Why is this happening? Why is Angelet not dead? He's alive. This is something that both Aya and Kaelin can't understand. It was the Zijinhua family who made the move. They all thought they could sit back and relax. The resources obtained from the Zijinhua family can continue to soar up until they enter the upper court. Enjoy your moment of glory. But at this moment, Angelet appeared again, and he was still alive. This is the worst thing for them. Because it is very likely that things will be exposed. In the Dark Wizard Academy, this is very taboo. After all, it is to reveal the information of the students in the Wizard Academy to the outside wizard family forces. And Angelet wasn't really the one who caused that to happen. Just an innocent. Once exposed, both of them will be dealt with by the Dark Wizard Academy. In this regard, the Begu Society's treatment of each other internally and externally is relatively internal. The two were very flustered in their hearts, their eyes kept looking at Angelet's back, and they also had a somewhat helpless expression on their faces. Even the lips are trembling. Why is this so? Shouldn't Angelet have died long ago? What the hell is the Zijinhua family doing? Didn't everyone tell them the news? Why can't even a small mortal be killed? Kaelin looked at Angelet carefully, and then whispered to Aya. This Angelet doesn't seem to be aware of something. Even if the Zijinhua family didn't kill him, it's impossible to know that we revealed his news. We just have to pretend that nothing happened. The method that Kaelin said made Aya's eyes shine. Yes, this Angelet doesn't know the inside story of specific things. Regardless of whether the Zijinhua family made a move to deal with Angelet, this matter had nothing to do with them. The ones involved are the Zijinhua family and Angelet. It would be best if you didn't make a move. In this way, they can feel at ease. However, there is a high probability that the Zijinhua family will not make a move. Because once a shot is made, it is not something this little Angelet can resist. Already been killed. Aya is also observing some details of Angelet. She is still wearing a wizard robe and does not have any preparation props, as if she is looking like a broken jar. It's the same as not holding any hope for passing the newborn secret realm assessment. Isn't this the appearance of having no strength and a weak heart? If the Zijinhua family made a move, they would directly crush this guy to death. Thinking of this, the two gradually settled down. They are safe and things have not come to light. Looking at Angelet, he also gradually became disdainful. It is estimated that even the self-energy particles were not born, and I am not a wizard, so I am so desperate. Thinking of this, they felt a little more happy. Recalling the situation on the big ship, and before that, when they sabotaged their plans several times. This carefree, even more. Angelet deserves it, now he has finally tasted the consequences of his own evil. Aya couldn't help but whispered excitedly to Kalen. Kalen sneered and said, I knew where I was going, now I'm desperate. Obviously we have found a channel for all freshmen to get wizard meditation ideas at the beginning. But it was destroyed by this Angelet. There is also the retouching wizard channel in the back. If it weren't for our initiative, how could those guys and Angelet have such an opportunity? The result is that we have no chance to sign the wizard contract because of Angelet. It's cheap the other guys. As Kalen said, she glanced around coldly, and among them, those freshmen who were wearing huge robes and cloaks wrapped around their bodies were the members who signed the contract. The behavior is extremely weird, and the breath also makes people feel uncomfortable. Kalen didn't feel it carefully, but she was very upset. Fortunately, Angelet will be used in exchange for a lot of resources and wizard meditation ideas. It's a causal cycle. Kalen and Aya looked at each other, and both could see the smile in each other's eyes. And the disdain and sarcasm for Angelet. But they didn't see the weird smile on Angelet's face with his back to them. Time passed slowly, half an hour. Time passed quickly. And at this time, Kalen looked at Angelet's back 647, and seemed to think of something. Then he approached Aya's ear and said in a low voice, keeping Angelet is still a disaster, he must die, so that we can completely rest easy on this matter. There are many dangers in the secret realm of the freshman assessment, and the outside world cannot observe the situation inside. When the time comes, kill him directly to avoid future troubles. Aya's expression was shocked, and she said subconsciously, I really want to do this is cannibalism. Kalen sneered and said, Angelet's immortality is a disaster after all, and it is very likely to set fire to us. And he asked for all of this. Don't you understand? Even the Bone Club itself is ignoring the occurrence of cannibalism. As long as the people who really survive are the final winners, they have value. From this point of view, Kalen has truly comprehended the essence of the Bone Society. Aya's eyes also gradually became fierce. Okay. Then kill, to avoid future troubles. With the sound of pushing the door, the Bone Demon Wizard Ikreka entered the classroom at the last time. Straight to the point, he said, okay. Little guys, let's meet your test. The existence that can walk out of the secret realm of the freshman assessment is the real student of the Dark Wizard Academy. Afterwards, he smiled strangely. It seems that your spirit Shendu is very good, I hope you can all come out of it alive. Let's experience the real Bone Society. A white bone staff made of bones appeared in the hand of the Bone Demon Wizard. The upper part was a huge skull head, and white bone fires ignited in the two eye sockets. It is full of weirdness, ominousness, and evil, and even makes people who see it feel dizzy and want to vomit. These are still many new wizards in the classroom. If ordinary mortals saw it, they would die of insanity on the spot. This is a very terrifying witch weapon. Angelet's gaze became slightly serious. I am also sighing in my heart, it is finally about to start. A moment of true destiny. The Bone Demon Wizard Ekali raised the bone staff in his hand and then pressed it down forcefully. With a crisp sound appeared in everyone's ears. The next moment, the world was spinning and the world became blurred. An alert sounded in my ears. Reminder. I am experiencing the secret teleportation of an official wizard, and I can make a resistance exemption. Do I need to make an exemption? Angelet chose to refuse. After the rotation of the earth is over, the world in front of me has changed greatly. In the classroom for freshmen, the white bone staff in the hands of the Bone Demon Wizard Ekali was still burning with white bone fire. When he looked into it intently, he seemed to be able to see many scenes. And the scenes in those pictures are like a deep cave, with 2 or 3 figures of wizards, who seem to be guarding the entrance and exit of this cave. This is the exit of the newborn mystery realm, and those apprentice wizards are the disciples of the bone demon wizard Ekali. The several figures in the picture seemed to feel something, and quickly bent down respectfully and said, "See teacher Bone Demon." The voice of the bone demon wizard also echoed in this cave. The number of new students this time is 14. I made a bet with the water magic wizard on how many new students will come out this time. When the bone demon wizard said this, a drop of cold sweat flowed from the forehead of one of the figures, and the eyes with his head down were full of fear. Obviously, there are some things that the bone demon wizard Ekali is hiding. My heart is crying out. This time I was killed by you, Sulu Zijinhua. He originally wanted to use some power from the other party's Zijinhua family to accomplish some things. I am going to open the door of convenience, and let the Sulu Zijinhua enter it. But I didn't expect such an accident to happen. The bone demon wizard Ekali even made bets with other official wizards. Who knows how many people they bet on. If the bone demon wizard Ekali loses, he will definitely notice the above. If he finds something tricky, then he is finished. This is a life and death crisis. His eyes turned red instantly in fright, but because he lowered his head, the bone demon wizard Ekali didn't notice any tricks. He didn't know how many times he had cursed Sulu Zijinhua and the Zijinhua family. The bone demon wizard Ekali in the Bone Club in the Dark Place has an extremely bad personality and is violent in killing. If he provokes him badly, he will be killed directly. There is no possibility of any reversal and change at all. The words of the bone demon wizard Ekali continued. My guess is that out of the 14 people, there are 5 people left. And the purple magic wizard guessed that there are still 7 people left to come out. You remember to keep an eye on the secret realm of new students, absolutely not allowing any accidents to happen, and let these new students come out of the secret realm in the most natural way. The voice of bone demon wizard Ekali became smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared directly. As the attention of the bone demon wizard Ekali disappeared, the 3 figures present also breathed a sigh of relief. Especially the sorcerer apprentice who released Sulu Zijinhua let out a long sigh of relief. Fine. The number of contents of the gambling agreement of Mr. Ekali Wizard is 4 people. Even if Sulu Zijinhua hunted and killed 2 or 3 people, there is still room for turning around, and it can get closer to the amount of bet content guessed by the bone demon wizard. It can be regarded as a multi-achievement thing. I hope that Sulu Zijinhua will not do anything wrong. Now it's about the bet of the official wizard. There must be no carelessness in the slightest. Angelette quickly recovered from the aftermath of the teleportation. The energy particles in the body started to move rapidly. Keep ready to unleash witchcraft at any time. Then I looked around, and the scope of the sky, to understand the environment here. The huge ancient trees are densely arranged, reaching a height of tens of meters, and the crowns of the trees are even more numerous, directly covering the sunlight in the sky. Surrounded by various vegetation, as well as bushes, as well as fallen leaves covered under the feet, and a mixture of rotten soft mud. I don't know how many lives are hidden in it. It seems that the teleportation is random, but I don't know where I was assigned. However, the newborn secret realm is very vast, and it is also divided into different regions. The environment and extraordinary creatures possessed by the regions are also different. The main point now is to analyze a general topography of the newborn secret realm as soon as possible, and then find the real exit. During this period, they will also be affected by various extraordinary creatures and the harsh environment of special areas. The exit has a certain amount of clarity. As long as you search patiently, you will eventually find it, which is also a test of luck. So there will be some mortal knights who can get out alive from here. But the chances are very small. Angelette's eye of truth began to function, and the light of data flow flashed in the pale golden eyes. Soon, some surrounding information was scanned and analyzed, including those hidden supernatural beings that are hidden so deep that even Angelette's mental power is unaware. And these extraordinary creatures with very strong concealment are the biggest killers, and generally possess violent toxicity. It has to be said that Angelette's luck seems to have some bad luck, and got into a very dangerous area. That is the primitive ancient forest. Not only the temperature difference is very large, but also the dim light under the feet and around will cause relatively bad effects. For example, there is a deadly poisonous supernatural creature that has locked on Angelette. And in such a harsh environment, it is undoubtedly very difficult to guard against and prevent the attacks of such predators. Chi. The next moment, a jet-black shadow burst out from the mud of fallen leaves not far away, and the target landed on Angelet's location. And Angelet felt a deep sense of malice and a sense of crisis. The place to attack is the vital part of his neck. The black shadow was very fast, and when it revealed its entire body, it turned out to be a translucent, pitch-black snake-like extraordinary creature, with pupils, full of blood red, sharp fangs, emitting blue light, and full of poison. If attacked by such a poisonous extraordinary creature, the only result would probably be death. Both mortals and wizard apprentices will die. The aura of this poisonous extraordinary creature has reached the level of a second-level wizard apprentice, and it can be said to be the little overlord in this secret realm. It can even be done every time when attacking, without any disadvantage. But it chose Angelet instead, doomed to his own tragic fate. From Angelet's perspective, from the moment when the poisonous supernatural creature attacked and ejected, to when it was close to his neck, there was only an arm's length left. Everything became extremely slow, and his own neural responsibility was also quickly captured, and he responded in time to deal with it. Too slow. Angelet's voice echoed slowly. At the same time, a pair of slender but powerful palms directly pinched the 7 inches of this poisonous extraordinary creature. In an instant, this poisonous extraordinary creature collapsed as if it had lost all its power. But the wildness still exists, using the remaining strength, constantly tossing, trying to turn over and bite Angelet. It has to be said that this is indeed a poisonous and extraordinary creature comparable to the breath of a second-level wizard apprentice. Its physical strength is enough to make ordinary first-level wizard apprentices despair. If it wasn't for the first time, its speed would probably make Angelet spend some more careful thinking, and the group would be able to catch it. Angelet's physical body is extremely powerful, even comparable to some of the strongest among the third-level wizard apprentices. Facing this little guy's attack, all he needs to do is judge the trajectory of his attack. A look of satisfaction appeared in Angelet's eyes, and he said, "Yes, this wildness and smell is definitely a good ingredient, little guy. You can easily enter a page of Angelet's wizard recipe, Angelet began to like this place a little bit. He didn't expect to meet such a cute little guy just after entering. The body is so strong, I don't know what it feels like to chew, it should still be chewy like this. Is it steamed, braised in soy sauce, or grilled?" Thinking about it, Angelet even secreted a little saliva, and looked at the poisonous supernatural creature in his hand with incomparable eagerness. Then directly injected a little energy particles to make it dizzy. The ingredients must be alive to have the best value. It's not good if you die. The nutritional value will also be greatly reduced. Angelet took out the wizard storage bag from his waist, and with a thought, he directly released the black-armored young dragon inside. As the temperature rose for a while, the surrounding humidity was warmed up a lot. As soon as the black-armored young dragon came out, it immediately got bored with Angelet. Sticking out his big tongue, he licked Angelet's palm. The current black-armored young dragon is also different from the previous state. The body has reached the size of a wild boar, similar to the body of a Tyrannosaurus rex, and a group of small wings on the back are also growing. Longyan looks at Angelet and relies on it. Angelet withdrew the licked palm, and then put the poisonous extraordinary creature into the wizard's containment bag. The food for the mixing poison and refining the body, witchcraft has already gathered enough. And if the mixing poison and refining body, witchcraft wants to upgrade from the 4th stage to the completion of the 5th stage, it needs about 50 poisonous extraordinary creatures. Judging from this, Angelet was assigned to this area, which is still a good treasure. At least in the primeval dense forest, there is no shortage of such powerful poisonous extraordinary creatures. The black-armored young dragon is now beginning to get familiar with the surrounding environment. After all, they had been staying in the dragon nest set up by Angelet before, and now that it was the first time they came to the wild, they were a bit shy and resistant. This also strengthened Angelet's training plan. This is a great way to do it in one step. Angelet began to directly let the black-armored young dragon adapt to this environment and hunt its own prey. In the primeval dense forest, there is no shortage of prey. And Angelet also tried to find some accurate directions. According to the information learned and the detailed information given by Dr. Crow, it seems that this primeval jungle area is a relatively dangerous area. Among them are the dangers of various poisonous and extraordinary creatures. However, it is precisely this kind of highly poisonous threat that has no effect on Angelets, mixing poison and refining body, witchcraft, which has reached the 4th stage. Even these poisonous extraordinary creatures can become Angelets' wealth. And in the vicinity of this primitive dense forest area, there is a swamp area, a mountain area with relatively few trees, and the plain area farther away, as well as the desert area, the wet area, and the dry land area. The division of regions is very clear, and the dangers in them are also different. There are associated extraordinary beings that vary depending on the terrain area. According to the content provided by Dr. Crow, the highest point in the Shanyuan area is the exit of this secret realm. A thoughtful gleam flashed in Angelet's eyes, and all kinds of calculated itinerary maps appeared in his mind. Draws an accurate path out. Yes. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Angelet's mouth. Although it may exist in the Shanyuan area, it has the convenience of being close to the water. But it is not so easy to reach the highest point in the Yamahara area. The price to pay is expensive. Angelet wasn't worried about someone leaving the good money and good rift before him. There is an introduction in the content of Dr. Crow. The higher you go, the more pressure you will bear. This is the pressure in the air, and it is also a special pressure. You can only use your own energy particles and your physical body to move forward against pressure. And on the mountain, there are still many dangers. Then my own arrangement is to first obtain some ingredients I need in this dense forest area. By the way, train the black-armored young dragon. Then set off directly to the Shanyuan area. If you encounter those 2 women, you will kill them directly. And the possible danger, that Zijinhu is Sulu. It is estimated that it is at the exit of the Shanyuan area, waiting for his arrival. Only this place is the most suitable. If it were her, Angelet felt that she would choose to wait there. The wizard apprentices who often rush up are already exhausted. If you make a move again, you will have a lot of convenience, and it is almost foolproof. But Angelet had a sneer on his face, but he didn't care about the so-called, waiting for rabbits to eat. Because he probably knows himself better than that Sulu Zijinhua. What kind of means has already been seen in the eyes? Hence, Angelet began to collect all kinds of poisonous extraordinary creatures in the dense forest area, and put them into the wizard's storage bag. His strength is enough to run amok in this newborn secret realm. So as time goes by, his harvest is also increasing. And the change of the black-armored young dragon became more obvious. In the midst of the constant killing, they grew up and ate the flesh and blood of these extraordinary creatures, and developed their bloodiness. Where is this place? So many leeches. These leeches are attacking us. They are not simple things, but extraordinary creatures with extremely strong attack properties. How could we be sent to such a dangerous place? In the Shuizawa area, 2 female voices rang out angrily. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but Aya and Kalen were teleported to an area. At this moment, they are in an environment area full of water, stepping on a relatively high ground, watching all kinds of dense leeches passing by in the surrounding water, feeling chills in their hearts. Although the water surface is not high, it just submerged the soil on the ground, but it also infiltrates the soil and the ground is extremely muddy. No one knows if such a step will sink into the ground and step into the mud to keep out the rain. And judging from the dense black longworm leeches on the water surface, there must be more leeches in the mud under the watery ground. They were caught in the leech colony. Aya said with an ugly face. My luck is too bad, now I have to find a way to leave this place. Kalen also had a grim expression. She looked around, but fortunately there was a small slope, otherwise the leeches would have already attacked them. Fortunately, there are many old trees around, but they are corroded by the water flow, so they are probably not very hard, but they are enough to support them. I didn't expect this to be the result. Let's go out from here first, and then adjust accordingly. I hope we can meet that Angelet, and when no one else finds out. A thoughtful light flashed in Kalen's eyes, and then she said. His eyes fell on the surrounding water. Although there were a lot of these leeches, they looked extremely terrifying. But in essence, that is, just a part of the supernatural nature, there are even many supernatural properties that have not yet been born. As long as you are careful, with the two of them, you can still get out of this situation. A gleam of hatred flashed in Aya's eyes. I hope that Angelet won't be killed by the supernatural creatures inside. You have to die in my hands to relieve my anger. And Kalen's eyes flickered. Indeed, it is best to be in the hands of the two of them, which is the safest way. To be sure and foolproof. If they hadn't killed it with their own hands, it is very likely that 660 other variables will appear. They must hurry up. And in the plain area. Most of them are relatively wide plains, covered with grasses as high as half a waist, and some grasses have even reached the point where they are taller than people. Freya and Sophia are also walking together, but their current situation is very embarrassing. The clothes on his body were covered with mud and mess, his hair was a little messy, and he even had injuries on his hands. They are in big trouble. Originally, the two of them were not teleported in one place, but in the same area. Wandering around in the plain area, something happened, so the two met again, and came here with mutual help. Those newborn wizards, are they already crazy? How did they become such monsters? Freya sat down on the ground. It's time to rest for a while, they have thrown off those things that are chasing them. Yes, thing. Freya's voice was full of exhaustion, and even a bit of fear. It all has a lot to do with the things in her mouth. Sophia was vigilant about the surrounding situation, and even lay down on the ground, listening to some vibration reactions of the ground. After more than 10 seconds, he slowly got up, and then sat down on the ground in the same way. His breathing was slightly short of breath, and he didn't care about the mess on his face. Just resting and recovering his body. Those newborn wizards can no longer be regarded as a person. They are all monsters, and they were transformed into such monsters by other masters. They also don't have the ability to control their own destiny, and they have been suppressed by others. Sophia said with a bit of horror on her face. It's really all the experience before, it's really terrible, it's too creepy. Originally, it looked fine in the classroom, with a human-like newborn wizard. After entering the newborn secret realm, the most bizarre changes occurred directly. The physical body is constantly changing from the original human form, growing various mutated organs and limbs, and various viscous black liquids are secreted from the multiple mouthparts that grow out. The original human face was also directly distorted, and the pupils became extremely scarlet, full of greed for flesh and blood, and killing. And the most creepy thing is that these new wizards who have turned into monsters all have one characteristic. That is, the body is wrapped in a large number of bandages, and there is a huge black robe windbreaker. How could the two of them not understand now that these black robes and windbreakers and a lot of bandages were all preparations to cover up their abnormalities? Sophia recalled more detailed features, and there were 5 people dressed like this in the classroom. And when he was sent by the bone demon wizard Ekali to enter the secret realm of the freshman assessment, Sophia also thought about it. And that weird smile. Sophia only felt a chill in her heart. The bone demon wizard Ekali obviously knew about it, but he didn't express anything, and even looked forward to it with interest. Sophia has a deeper understanding of the essence of the bone society. And Freya on the side seemed to have thought of something, swallowed her saliva, and said with an unbelievable expression on her face. Sophia, I really want to know some information about those new wizards. Sophia looked over, with puzzlement and doubts in her eyes. And Freya's face already showed lingering fear, and there was a bit of happiness and fear. Those newborn wizards who turned into monsters have signed a wizard contract with the picture-retouching wizards who came to the freshman classroom, and accepted the qualifications of the picture-retouching wizards to become Wizard Eye. When Freya's words came out, it was like a thunderbolt, hitting Sophia's mind. It made her expression change, her mouth grew wider, and her face became extremely stiff. This. The unprecedented sense of suffocation fear wrapped her up, making her subconsciously clenched her fists. I see. I also thought of the things that happened on the wizard ship, isn't that exactly the case? Those newborn mortals who have acquired the knowledge of wizards, those changes, mutations. The fate of the princess and the others came back to Sophia's mind. How can you still not be able to guess? This is the method of the picture-retouching wizard. Ever since they were on the boat, they have been intentionally entrapping them. Angelet is right. He has understood the essence from the very beginning. When he was on the big ship, he kept his own thoughts and opinions. He has great strength, but he still hasn't shown it, eh? Suophia said with lingering fear, and instantly understood that everything Angelet said and did was so reasonable. I am also glad that I did not die on the big ship. Later, because of Angelet's words again, he cancelled the signing of the wizard contract with Shutu Wuxing. Otherwise, I am afraid that she is already one of the members of the newly born wizards who have turned into monsters. Angelet has really done her best. I reminded it many times, but those freshmen couldn't understand the meaning. Suophia suddenly felt emotional. Perhaps, every word Angelet said aed before, and everything he did had its own deep meaning. Freya also thought about the content of these situations, so there was such a change in expression. When I didn't think of it before, I didn't think there was anything. But once they are the same, you can instantly understand how far-sighted and powerful Angelet really is. Immediately, Angelet's figure became incomparably taller in the minds of Sophia and Freya. Even the third-level wizard apprentice who established a wizard contract with them, the figure of Senior Alfei overlapped, and the figure of Angelet was faintly above Senior Alfei. The Bone Club is dangerous. This danger manifests itself in every way. Even the two of them have become more vigilant, and they are also a little more wary of Senior Alfei who has established a wizard contract with them. Be careful and there is no big mistake. I don't know where Angelet is now. I have to tell him the information about the monster wizard as soon as possible, otherwise if I don't watch out, I might be attacked. Freya said with an ugly face. Because these monster wizards are not without their own consciousness. On the contrary, he has his own consciousness and can think, but because he has become such a monster, and his life and death are also manipulated by others, his mentality has undergone extremely strange changes. It has become extremely morbid, and even those monsters can affect people's own consciousness and psychology. There will be incomparable jealousy, disgust, greed, killing, and violence towards these normal newborn wizards. Wait for the emotional reaction. And before the other party mutated, it was no different from a normal wizard apprentice. Maybe it's because there are obvious differences in the body, and the clothes are trying to cover the most obvious part of the mutation. Suophia nodded in agreement and said, "That's the reason, we must find Angelet as soon as possible, and the three of us can work together to survive in this dangerous new world. There is not only a danger of monster wizards here, but also all kinds of deeply hidden wild extraordinary creatures. For wizards, creatures full of energy particles, they are also full of greed. The monsters are coming." Suophia's nose moved, and a ruthless look appeared in her eyes. "There's only one monster, and we can't beat it. Let's do some ambushes, get rid of this guy, then go find Angelet." As he said that, he also took out a handful of shiny black powder from his wizard pocket. Freya also stood up, and took out a small black tube from the wizard's pocket. Not long after, the tall grass and plants were overwhelmed by a large number, as if a huge monster was rapidly approaching here. The dense ancient trees are lined up in great numbers, and the humid air makes people feel a little uncomfortable when breathing. If you stay for a long time, you will be infected with various diseases related to moisture. Roar! A roar that seemed to be the overlord at the top of the food chain resounded directly in this dense forest area. The violent flames directly covered an ancient snake trying to escape. This is a giant python, and it has also reached the realm of an extraordinary creature. The aura is very powerful, but in the face of the overlord-level existence among extraordinary creatures, it can only be easily killed. The black-armored young dragon may no longer be called a young dragon, and its body has become extremely tall, surpassing Angelet. Even reaching about 2 meters, all aspects of the limbs have become strong and powerful. Although, this is still his childhood. It's just the stage of growth and development, and the progress has been greatly improved. The black-armored dragon jumped out of the dense forest, and then directly faced the roasted giant python, and swallowed it. Soon, there was a thick giant python with a bucket, and the length was about 15 meters, and it was swallowed by the black-armored dragon 3 times and 5 times. And Angelet, who watched all this, walked out of the dense forest slowly, with a faint smile on his face. Compared with the previous breath, the current breath of the black-armored dragon is completely different. Already comparable to the most powerful second-level wizard apprentice-level extraordinary creature. In this dense forest area, the extraordinary creatures that ate for 3 days and 3 nights staged a dragon roar secret realm. The various extraordinary creatures in it are simply a plate of dishes. Of course, some extremely small poisonous extraordinary creatures are still full of danger to the black armored dragon. If it is not necessary, the black armored dragon will not provoke these poisonous extraordinary creatures with little flesh. He just fought with those large extraordinary creatures. And these poisonous supernatural creatures were naturally put into Anglet's wizard containment bag. So far, the 50 poisonous extraordinary creatures required to advance to the 5th stage of the mixing poison and refining body witchcraft. Anglet has collected about 27 or 8 heads. If it was placed outside, in the free area, it would take at least a month for Anglet to go to jobs to prepare. And Anglet was successfully obtained in just 3 days in the newborn secret realm. On the other hand, it also shows how rich and vast the resources in the wizarding secret realm that those wizarding apprentices can control in the upper house area. And those are the most important things for Anglet now. Suddenly, Anglet's expression changed slightly. He looked towards a direction in the dense forest, and the corner of his mouth raised an arc, showing a strange and incomparable smile. Interesting. In Anglet's perception, there is already a special breath of life, which is rapidly approaching here. Judging from the speed, it should not be something that a human being can do. Even if the wizard uses a special wizard potion to increase his speed, it cannot be done. But judging from the breath of life of this person, it seems to be the outline of a human form, but what is certain is that it is definitely not the breath of human life. Most importantly, he seemed to have felt this weird atmosphere in the classroom. At that time, Anglet did not use the Eye of Truth to check the situation of wizards in the classroom. Because this is the assessment of the newborn secret realm, there will still be some clues when using the Eye of Truth. This point can be inferred from the traces of being discovered by the Green Mother Wizard. With the presence of the Bone Demon Wizard Akeli, Anglet just didn't use it. A strange smile appeared on the corner of Anglet's mouth. This breath of life seemed to be attracted by the roar of the black armored dragon. There should be many pheromones left by the black armored dragon in the surrounding environment. This is the subconscious behavior of the black armored dragon, declaring the sovereignty of the territory. But can also be perceived by other beings. Are you eyeing your little guy? So what would it be? Anglet's expression was indifferent, and her eyes were very calm, as if she wasn't worried once. Unfolded the wizard's storage bag, and put the black armored dragon into it. In the wizard's containment bag, extraordinary creatures can survive, but the environment is not very good, and the space will become relatively stagnant. The extraordinary creatures inside will also be unable to move, and will directly fall into a deep sleep. It is very convenient to load extraordinary creatures for transportation. While loading, Anglet also checked the growth information of the Black Ankylosaurus. Target: Black Ankylosaurus. Status: Childhood. Abilities: Extraordinary Physique, Dragon Breath, Gliding, Giant Strength, Broken Bee Fang. A growth: 73.6%. The growth of the black armored dragon has directly reached the level of 73.6%, which is astonishing. If the black armored dragon is given some more time, it may be possible to truly break through to youth in this secret realm. The bloodline abilities in all aspects were also born as the black armored dragon became stronger and stronger. For example, this giant force, the tooth of the broken bee, and the ability to glide are new abilities. From the huge body of the black armored dragon more than 2 meters high, we can see how to use these abilities. The hairless wings growing continuously on the back are the medium of soaring. And the strong physique and thick claws and feet are the basis for the huge force. The morphed sharp teeth are indestructible and can crush steel. As for biting the throat of an extraordinary creature, they can easily pierce the throat and crush the spine. A bit of satisfaction appeared in Anglet's eyes. In general, the current transformation of the Black Ankylosaurus has far exceeded Anglet's expectations. In terms of combat effectiveness, at least among the extraordinary creatures comparable to second-level wizard apprentices, they are already at the top of the food chain. Only juvenile extraordinary creatures of the same level of blood can compete with the black armored dragon. As for other extraordinary creatures, they are absolutely crushed. After a while, it will be able to directly help Anglet to fight the enemy. Come out, don't hide. Anglet looked calm, and said in the direction of a dense forest in a cold tone. Sparse. With the appearance of the sound, a figure gradually came out of the dense forest. While walking, he was still cleaning up the thorns and dirt on his body. It was a figure in a black robe and windbreaker. The exposed skin was also wrapped with bandages, but the face was still exposed. It was one of the 15 freshman assessment members. Angelette still has some impressions. I seem to have seen it in the freshman classroom, and it seems to be called Ron. There is also this guy on the big ship, and his talent is not bad among the freshmen. It turned out to be Angelette. What a coincidence. Ron said with a smile, with an extremely kind smile on his face, as if there was no danger at all. But it was this smile that gave Angelette the feeling that it was like a mask. But what is under the mask is unknown. It is indeed a coincidence. Angelette just smiled lightly, not caring at all, as if ignoring it directly. Then he turned around and left. The moment he turned around, the pale golden light of data flashed past in his eyes. He already knew what was going on with this Ron. Also know what he is. What a pity. But this is also the result of the other party's own choice. Becoming a victim of a powerful wizard of the Bone Club also became a part of the experimental data. Now that I have chosen and agreed to the wizard's contract, I have to bear the corresponding consequences. Whether you can afford it or not, it's your choice. Angelette, who had already seen the essence of the Bone Society from the wizard's big ship, was still a little surprised after knowing what the picture-retouching wizard really did. It was too dark indeed. Target: Rona. Strength: Level 2 Wizard Apprentice. Weak. Biography: Mortal period. Wizard period. Because I signed a wizard contract with the picture-retouching wizard of the White Bone Club, I became the object of the picture-retouching wizard. But the purpose of the funding is false. The picture-retouching wizard just wants to harvest a batch of experimental products with good qualifications to prove the various points of the remnant meditation method. All mortals who have practiced the remnant meditation method can become a wizard as long as they have the qualifications of a wizard, but the price will lead to changes in the physical body. After the mutated creature, it has all kinds of terrible abilities beyond the shackles of the human body. Moreover, there is a self-awareness, and the purpose of participating in the new student assessment also has a purpose, that is to obey the order of the picture-retouching wizard, kill the new students, and absorb them into their own bodies, and experiment with other elements of the remnant fetal meditation idea, that is the superposition of strong points. It has been tested. The physical body can be superimposed and enhanced. The mental power can be superimposed to increase slightly weaker, the quality of the physical body can be superimposed and enhanced, and whether the aptitude can be superimposed and increased. Not tested. There was quite a bit of surprise in Angelette's eyes. He never thought that the wizard of retouching pictures would have such great ambitions and have such terrible ideas. He actually wanted to study the mystery of the wizard's body by studying the body of a wizard, and created a meditation method called the infertility meditation method that harms others and benefits oneself. There are still real experimental results, only the final aptitude is superimposed. If the retouching wizard really researched the result of such a superposition of strengths, then the meaning of the representation would be very scary. Thinking about it, it's even creepy. Can absorb other wizards, superimpose their physical body, spiritual power, and aptitude. If it is continuously absorbed, it will become infinitely stronger, and finally it will be out of control. It would be the greatest disaster if the idea of AA, remnant fetal meditation, really spread and the entire White Bone Club had it, or those official wizards had it. The rights of an official wizard are not comparable to that of a small third-level wizard apprentice. If this kind of absorption is also carried out, I am afraid it will not be easy to suppress. This is a huge disaster for the entire Bone Society. Especially those apprentice wizards with high wizard qualifications and powerful extreme wizards. The biggest goal is because both are official wizards and have scruples. Angelette narrowed his eyes, and his face became a little gloomy. This picture-retouching wizard, and the other two wizards, are not good things. With the thought together, Jing felt a little bit more interesting. On the big ship, if he hadn't possessed many means and some insight, he would have been played to death by these 3 Bone Society wizards long ago. Among them, Mowusi is better. At least if he kills you, he will really kill you. He just likes to enjoy killing, instead of using it to do disgusting tricks. When Angelette thought of this, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Among the short people, Moss is still somewhat good at jumping the tall ones. The retoucher is a menace in hiding. Not because of anything else, but because Angelet himself might be targeted by him. If you want to quickly enter the upper court, it is impossible to hide it tightly. Because this is unprecedented, a few months of newborn wizards have completed the leap from the lower house to the upper house. It shouldn't be that simple. If a third-level shaman apprentice created the concept of remnant meditation, it can be absorbed without any restrictions, and its strengths can be superimposed. This simply violates the most basic rules of order. Equivalence rules. 0. Ask for Flowersa AAA. And the content of wizard knowledge contained in a mere third-level wizard apprentice can't reach such a level and result at all. Even a formal wizard can't reach such a terrifying level. Angelet was thinking in his heart, and the murderous intent on his face was also very obvious. It made him sick. Certainly not outright success, and there are unavoidable costs and limitations. Angelet began to analyze the details and clues based on the memory in his mind. He really got some content results. Picture retouching wizards need data, a large amount of experimental data. The idea of AA remnant fetus meditation is still just a rough idea, but as these new students with wizard qualifications become his experimental subjects one after another, the idea of AA remnant fetus meditation has been further perfected, and it has arrived the experimental stage of superposition of strong points. And if you successfully pass this stage, it is the real practice. Angelet's eyes were gloomy and cold. Other Angelet can't control so much. Since he provoked him, he has the consciousness to pay the price. After doing these things and creating the idea of AA, remnant fetal meditation, there are still some cases. The retouching wizard should have been psychologically prepared to bear the consequences. The corner of Angelet's mouth sneered. He no longer had the intention to spend any more time in the secret realm of new life. The most important thing was to end it as soon as possible and enter the House of Lords. Ron has the strongest smile on his face, and the most friendly emotional contagion, but when he saw Angelet turn around and leave without even bothering to give him a look, his face stiffened in an instant, and extreme violence and resentment appeared in his eyes. But at the next moment, the corner of his mouth twitched again, as if he was nervous, and the smile on his face was more intense. Seems to trigger some mental irritability. These are the methods used by the retouching wizards to control the experimental subjects. Angelet, that's great, I've met you, can we go together, go out of this newborn secret realm at once? It's too dangerous here, there are attacks from two extraordinary creatures everywhere. Ron said earnestly. If we cooperate, we will definitely be able to get out of this secret realm of freshman assessment. As he spoke, he chased after Angelet, stepped forward quickly, and tried to pat Angelet on the shoulder. Angelet's eyes were indifferent, and there was a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. Just when Ron's palm was about to pat on Angelet's shoulder, there was a moment of violence and malice in his eyes. The spikes condensed from the four shadows broke through the ground directly, piercing through Ron's body. Then suddenly twisted around and hung in midair. Angelet turned around slowly, with an indifferent expression, and said, "Whatever you do, you must have the awareness to bear the consequences. I think you should understand, Ron." Ron no longer had that mask-like hypocritical smile on his face, and his eyes became vicious and violent. The extreme malice was revealed on the face, and the distorted expression caused the facial features to wrinkle, which was very ferocious and terrifying. "I'm going to kill you, Angelet. Why are you able to live well, have such a beautiful body, have such a beautiful life, learn such witchcraft, and become an extremely normal person? Wizard, why?" Ron roared hysterically, his face contorted to the extreme. Black stinky mucus flowed out from his 7 orifices, and something strange began to burst out under his skin. "Tell me, why?" Ron's body began to exert strength, struggling desperately, trying to tear Angelet apart. But obviously, under the control of the 4 shadow spikes, it is impossible to break through the distance within reach. And Angelet's eyes didn't change at all, just snapped his fingers. The next moment, those shadow spikes pierced into Ron's body directly began to expand and explode inside, and the shadows pierced continuously, instantly piercing Ron into a hedgehog. Then those shadow spikes retracted slowly, and Ron's powerless corpse fell to the ground. Angelet turned and left without hesitation, and stopped after only 2 steps. There was a bit of surprise in his eyes, and an inexplicable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Interesting, can the concept of the remnant feast be done to this extent? Turning around and looking, Ron's body, which was supposed to be dead, trembled again, looking very strange. Only Angelet, the caster of the destructive power of shadow-piercing witchcraft, can understand how terrifying it is. High-frequency shadow energy particles are directly condensed, and most objects can be pierced, and the sharpness is generally visible. And, so far, there is no attack that can resist the shadow-piercing witchcraft. Right now Ron has indeed been completely killed by Angelet. The shadow spikes erupted inside the fleshy body, just like the flower that started the shadow, directly erupted inside, piercing at least 100 times. As long as it is a human being, it is impossible to survive such an attack. Angelet looked at Ron's corpse lying on the ground. At this moment, a large amount of black viscous liquid sprayed out from the wound pierced by the shadow-piercing witchcraft. At the same time, the most obvious change was the shaking of the corpse. Not only is the frequency very fast, but the amplitude of the jitter is becoming more and more exaggerated. The attack of shadow-piercing witchcraft can indeed kill any human life form, even including a large number of extraordinary creatures. These creatures have not yet broken away from their original structure. If you encounter those existences that are separated from the original structure of life and have extremely tenacious vitality, there will be some rare accidents. Angelet's eyes fell on Ron's corpse, looking at the inexplicable foreign body swelling under the skin of his body, as if something else was moving underneath. Moreover, the range of activities is getting bigger and bigger, and the bones of the body have begun to turn over beyond the twisting of human joints. Soon, Ron's corpse came alive completely, and amazing activity appeared on the flesh tissue. There was strong curiosity in Angelet's eyes, as well as the desire to dissect. 8 Lulu. The performance of Ron's corpse has completely attracted him. Is it resurrection from the dead, or does it have special body cells, flesh and blood structure, or is this the characteristic of the remnant meditation method? It has to be said that Angelet has some ideas in his mind. Maybe he can dissect Ron's corpse in front of him, and reversely research some key points of the remnant meditation method. There should be a lot of improvement in the content level of my wizard knowledge. After all, this is also the lifetime knowledge and research of a third-level teacher-apprentice. It is also possible to make some preparations in advance when liquidating the retouching wizards in the future. Angelet had a dark premonition that maybe after he entered the upper court, he would have some communication with the picture-retouching wizard. A wizard who tries to make use of the infertility meditation method to become stronger will never give up any possible opportunities. Cluck cluck. Because of the twisting, the bones became tighter and tighter, and soon because of the two anti-human joint activities, they directly and completely broke away from the constraints of the ligaments. Angelet's pupils exuded a pale golden light of data. The Eye of Truth has been activated. Analyzed some preliminary information content. Angelet promptly stored the information in memory in the memory area of his mind. The skin of Ron's corpse became very dry, as if all the energy of the body had been absorbed. It directly turned into old skin, the appearance of an old man with white hair. There is free water flowing between cells, and there is bound water inside the cells. Ron's body, even this point of water has been completely evaporated and disappeared. Ange said silently in his heart. At the same time, he wiped the wizard's ring with his fingers, and took out a small notebook specially recorded. I started to write relevant records on the spot. Mission objective. Some targeted research on the remnant fetus meditation method. Analysis object. Ron's body. Specificity. I practiced the remnant fetus meditation method, and was killed, completely lost my self-awareness, with the purest loss of control, and completely released my physical body transformed by a picture-retouching wizard. The core of this record. I hope to be able to understand some real key points of the remnant meditation method, and record the content related to the targeted restraint of the remnant meditation method. 1. While Angelet was concentrating on writing with a quill, the corpse of Ron lying on the ground has completed his alienation and transformation. The clothes were completely torn, and a large number of inner bones were turned out, piercing the skin, as if the inner and outer were completely exchanged. Then, the limbs and the ribs turned out or fitted together to form special limbs, and the presentation is reversed from the original order. And the head was turned upside down strangely, facing Angelet in the way of a reptile. At the same time, the turned head looked at Angelette with a strange expression from bottom to top. There was a huge gap at the corner of the mouth, black sticky thick liquid flowed from the corner of the mouth. As for the ribs turned outward, the inner viscera are strangely absent, and they will not fall to the ground due to gravity at all. Instead, it turned into a very strange flesh and blood heart, with accumulations of various organs on it, and various flesh and blood tentacles growing out. It can be called the grotesque limit that human beings can bear, a strange branch of flesh and blood creation. Angelette's eyes were full of excitement, and he even approached the corpse of Ron who had turned into a monster. Watching in amazement, he even couldn't help admiring. It's really worthy of the lifelong painstaking research of a third-level wizard apprentice. It can be said that the flesh and blood aspect has been brought to the extreme at the current stage. I have to say, I can't do this. Quote, it is not a shame to admit that one's knowledge of flesh and blood is not as good as that of a picture-retouching wizard. Because there has never been an all-powerful wizard, even the legendary Lord Anthony cannot be omnipotent. There is always something you are not good at. And Angelette is not walking the path of a wizard in the aspect of flesh and blood, his path of a wizard is in the aspect of elements. Angelette rubbed his chin, looked around, and had some other thoughts. This thing can no longer be regarded as Ron itself, but a monster that relies on the alienation of the corpse. Alternative creation of life. Ron's own consciousness has completely disappeared. Angelette has some ideas, and wants to get them in his own laboratory for dissection research. But I thought of some other reasons. He already has enough things to study, and the preparations for his path as a wizard have been thoroughly comprehensive. If he rashly joins other research, it may delay Angelette's own wizard path progress. Thinking of this, he completely dispelled the thoughts in his heart. I want meat. Hungry. I want meat. The monster transformed from Ron's corpse stared at Angelette, with a strange smile on the face of the flipped head. It seems that this smiling expression has been completely solidified. The malice revealed in it, as well as the appetite for Angelette, can be felt by a wizard. The next moment, he rushed directly towards Angelette. The speed is very fast, which makes people feel incomparably different. It is just a monster of a corpse. Both the flesh and joints are irregular. Whether it can even support the operation of the muscles is a big problem. There must be a big problem with this. Angelette also knew this, and the Eye of Truth was analyzing it all the time. But there was no slight change on his face, and he said with a light smile, "Little guy, you're quite naughty." The next moment, a huge sound appeared. On the big tree where the 5 people hugged each other, a pothole was smashed out. The alienated monster was embedded in the pothole and suffered an extreme force blow. The strength poured down, and even almost knocked down such a big tree. The corpse of the monster has not completely died after suffering such a terrible blow. The flesh and blood on his body turned into mud, almost being pierced through, and the aversioned bones were directly smashed into pieces. This is still an alienated creature with special flesh and blood cells and tenacious survivability. If it was an ordinary human being, it would have been beaten into a blood mist by this blow. Angelette flicked the non-existent flesh and blood residue in his hand. In fact, when he hit it, he used strong wind to contact the alienated monster. Didn't get on hands, but just such a punch can completely suppress this alienated monster. This was Angelette's physical strength comparable to that of a third-level wizard apprentice. After going through all kinds of training, the superposition of one and wizard physique, it has become extremely terrifying. Angelette has the confidence to fight even a veteran wizard among the third-level wizard apprentices. However, the ultimate wizard apprentice is not so sure. If you add the fire dragon sword, there is no problem. You can fight with the ultimate wizard apprentice. Oh, can you still survive? Angelette came to the alienated monster embedded in the trunk of the big tree. His physical body almost collapsed, and even the bones were broken into incomplete pieces, which could no longer support the body of the alienated creature. Let alone action. But it just isn't dead yet. Angelette frowned slightly, took out her small notebook and continued writing. The light golden data light in the pupil is also flickering. It turns out that it is somewhat similar to the monster newborns on the big ship. They all squeeze the potential of the cells, but the level is more sophisticated. In addition to squeezing the potential of the cells to become stronger, it will also lead to complete physical damage, crashed. But in the process of collapse, if you take in enough biological energy or flesh and blood in time, you can slow down this kind of collapse, or even directly stop the death of cells and the death of your body. A living body like itself is no longer a human being. Even if some cells die out completely, as long as there are enough cells to support consumption, new blood cells will be produced to replace the original blood cells. If you want to break the superposition of the strengths of the so-called remnant meditation, it's actually very simple, as long as you find the direction and reverse it. A faint smile formed on the corners of Angelet's mouth. He already has a clear direction. Moreover, this direction can be determined, absolutely no mistakes can be made, and the root of the remnant meditation idea can be cracked. Because of the research of the retouching wizard, there is a very big mistake. That's stability and concealment. If a wizard discovers the flesh and blood related to the remnant meditation idea, it can be easily deduced from the reaction. Of course, this easy to follow is based on Angelet's wizard lore content. Nourished by the knowledge of wizards with Dr. Crow and 2 extreme wizard apprentices from Polaris, Angelet's level has already reached a very high level. Eyesight and experimental ability are already fundamentally different from ordinary wizards. At least at the level of a 3rd level wizard apprentice. It is the same level as the retouching wizard. Therefore, every time the retouching wizard conducts human experiments, he will carry out related recycling. Or it is extremely sure. Angelet had an inexplicable expression on his face. Indeed, if he died in the secret realm of new life, no one would find out. Moreover, monsters who have learned the remnant meditation method can absorb the corpse of the wizard after killing the wizard, so as to alleviate the collapse of their physical body and the death of cells. With Angelet's eye of truth, more and more things were analyzed. He understood some of the thoughts of the picture-retouching wizard. Perhaps the remnant fetus meditation method has an irreversible defect, that is, the collapse of the physical body and the demise of cells. If it cannot be solved at the root, it can only be filled. Supplement with more flesh and blood and biological energy. After filling, there is always a remaining part, which will be fused into the flesh and blood cells to make them stronger. But in this way, we can only choose some existences stronger than the experimental body to devour, which is the best 1.5. Angelet rubbed his chin and watched the monster that Ron's corpse turned into. The body that was beaten into a pulp began to connect spontaneously, as if it wanted to heal itself. The essence of life is very weak. At most it is comparable to a 1st-level wizard apprentice, but if one is not careful, even a 2nd-level wizard apprentice will suffer. This kind of business is sure to make money, and you can earn a lot of surplus between coming and going. 2nd-level wizard apprentices are fundamentally different from 1st-level wizard apprentices. Angelet smiled slightly. The retouching wizard's wishful thinking is really good. These monster wizards are probably the containers used to collect excellent forest masters and flesh cells. It is a pity that this first tentative experiment has already ended in his hands. Angelet's eyes turned indifferent. The result he wanted had already been obtained. Now is the time to end this as soon as possible. From Ron's corpse, a mass of flesh and blood tissue was cut, put into a container, and put into the wizard ring. A large group of energy particles of the fire element appeared in Angelet's hands, and they fell directly onto the body that was still full of activity. Then turn around and leave without looking back. This time, it won't come back to life. Fire elemental energy particles are the nemesis of this kind of flesh and blood matter. According to the calculated results, Angelet headed towards the Shanyuan area. During the 3 days in the newborn secret realm, no good things appeared in consecutive check-ins. They are all white quality, which also makes him feel that this is not a place of good luck. It would be nice to end it as soon as possible and clear everything up. Chapter 91. The white frost falls, forming floating white flocks on the steep mountains without much green. The protruding rocks are covered with white snow, and only in the gaps are there many green vegetation growing against the cold wind, or moss and algae. Several goats have thick cuticles on their bodies and feet. Coupled with their incomparably superior balance, they can climb and walk on this steep mountain rock, eating a lot of moss and algae in the gaps between the mountain rocks. Roar! A roar resounded, so abrupt at this moment and here. It was like a huge stone smashed into the calm water. The animal figure with snow-colored fur all over its body is constantly climbing and jumping on the rock, and its speed is extremely fast. Letting a mortal take 2 steps would make him terrified. Even standing unsteadily, falling directly to the precipitous terrain at the bottom of the cliff, as if there was nothing in front of him. He caught up with the goats trying to escape with ease, opened his fangs, and bit off the throat and spine of a goat with one bite. The pupils are full of blood red. This is an extraordinary creature with extraordinary nature. There are light blue ripples spreading on the limbs, and it is this effect that makes him walk on the rocks like he is walking on flat ground. After a bit of feasting, the beast-like supernatural creature, who was full, climbed directly to the top of the mountain range, and lay down directly at the feet of a figure standing on the highest point, looking at the endless wind and snow below. Sulu Zijinhua is wearing a white wizard robe, and her hair is purple, which is very different from this wind and snow, making it extremely eye-catching. On the contrary, it ignores the supernatural creature that is crawling in a unified way beside it, behind it, and in the farther area. They are all similar in appearance, with snow-white fur, sharp limbs and sharp claws, and ferocious fangs and big mouths. This number, no less than 20, is full of killing and greed, in the pupils. When the beast-like supernatural creature that ate several goats returned to this place, many beast-like supernatural creatures couldn't help but lick the flesh and blood at the corners of its mouth. It seems to be able to share the same taste. Time is really hard to wait. It has been 3 days, but no freshman has been able to come here yet. It is expected to wait for about half a month. Sulu Zijinhua said with disdain. Angelet, little bug, I paid a lot to deal with you. Don't think that you can ignore the majesty of the Zijinhua family by hooking up with Polaris. You are doomed to die. It's in my hands. Sulu Zijinhua's eyes were extremely cold and full of murderous intent. It has to be said that Angelet has already exceeded his expectations. After all, is it related to the extreme wizard apprentices, or Polaris, which is particularly famous among the extreme wizard apprentices? Combat strength and temper are both first class and terrible. It really takes a lot of courage to provoke such an existence. Sulu Zijinhua took a deep breath, and then breathed out the cold air in the plateau area again. Turning around, looking at the 20 figures of animal-like extraordinary creatures behind him, there was incomparable satisfaction on his face. My wizarding path is the bloodline wizarding path. My bloodline has an extremely deep connection with these blood-eyed snow leopards. I can become the king of these blood-eyed snow leopards and manipulate them to do things for me. And in this plateau area full of altitude sickness and white snow, I have the greatest combination of time and place, and because I have prepared and ambushed in advance, and that little fool does not know my existence, this has once again increased the number of people. Sulu Zijinhua couldn't help but a very strong and proud smile appeared on her face. The right time, place and people are all in his hands. How could he lose? He also had a high opinion of Angelet in advance, that is because of the Polaris, there may be some special witchcraft, paragraphs and the like. Even though he didn't believe those rumors, he thought that such a small freshman could rely on a limit wizard apprentice. But making complete preparations in advance is the quality a wizard should have. Sulu Zijinhua has never had the idea of underestimating the enemy. Once she targets someone, she must go all out. What's more, he still has many backhands, as well as the witchcraft he got from the Zijinhua family. Come on, come on. When you have worked so hard to climb up, what awaits you will be a deeper level of despair. Angelet, I am really looking forward to your expression. Sulu Zijinhua's eyes glowed fiercely, recalling that in the Polaris classroom class, Angelet ignored him, and his haughty look made him very disgusted. Do you really think that if you rely on the North Star, you will be a character? Standing in front of you is a wizard from the Zijinhua family, one of the strongest in the House of Commons. Sulu Zijinhua, it should be very desperate. Ha 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 ha. Sulu Zijinhua laughed loudly, and the laughter directly echoed in the endless cold wind and drifting snow. The jungle of trees blocks the sunlight from the sky, creating a different look for the world under the bushes. The sticky ground was covered with withered and yellow leaves that fell from the bushes, and finally, because of the passage of time, it was completely integrated into the soil and became a nutrient that nourished more life. Time is the most valuable and the least valuable thing. Chi-chi. The strange voice gradually echoed in this dense forest area, from far to near, as if something was coming. Soon, an extremely huge poisonous lizard with blue scales on its body and a single horn on its forehead appeared here. There are various scars on his body, and the injuries are very serious. Judging from his aura, his original strength is definitely comparable to the peak of a second-level wizard apprentice. In this dense forest area, he is definitely the top predator. Not only has a strong extraordinary physique, but it can also release deadly extraordinary poison, and even just spit out its own tongue, it can secrete the venom in the air to kill some weaker extraordinary creatures. As for the faint blue scales, even if it is an extraordinary creature that exists at the pinnacle of a second-level wizard apprentice, it will not be able to break through the defense if it attacks him. Instead, it will be backlashed and killed by the venom carried by him. So he is a well-deserved overlord. But judging from the two small black pupils, it is obvious that there is a lot of panic. The injuries that appeared on his body were also inextricably related to what he was afraid of. The poisonous lizard didn't stay too long, and directly crawled to a further place. It even climbed out of the dense forest area to another swamp area. When the floating swamp viscous liquid appeared ahead, as well as various sediments on the familiar swamp surface, as well as algae plants, there is a special surprise in the black pupil of the poisonous lizard. He crawled quickly, and when he was about to enter the swamp, a faint voice came slowly. There was panic in his black eyes, and that voice seemed to be behind him. "Little guy, you really gave me a big exception and surprise. As a reward, I will make you my specimen." The sound gradually subsided, and the poisonous lizard crawled towards the swamp like crazy. With a plop, he jumped into the swamp, quickly sank towards the bottom of the swamp, and kept drilling in, pushing away the viscous liquid and all kinds of sundries. Soon it was dormant to the bottom of the swamp. They are also constantly digging the wet soil, trying to get to the bottom. The appearance of that voice seemed to awaken his greatest fear. But the four shadow spikes pierced directly into the swamp, extending downward continuously, and all obstacles were directly pierced. And the poisonous lizard that was digging was instantly locked on by the four shadow spikes, and was directly entangled and pulled. The next moment, its irresistible force exploded, and it was pulled out directly, and then the world in front of it turned into a turbid liquid, and it was pulled continuously. When the poisonous lizard opened its eyes again and saw the world clearly, a pair of black boots slowly walked over, and their pupils continued to enlarge. Anguillette puts the bazard in the wizard's containment bag. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, the more powerful and extraordinary creature, the smarter its brain, and even some first-level extraordinary creatures comparable to official wizards have their own wisdom. There is no difference from normal humans. And this kind of extraordinary creatures with outstanding intelligence are relatively rare, and they can even cooperate with wizards and so on. Generally speaking, the intelligence of a first-level extraordinary creature is like a 7 or 8-year-old child who still has no chance to communicate. More towards survival food instincts. Right now, this poisonous lizard has extraordinary wisdom and a powerful life history. After seeing his strength, he actually knew how to escape. You must know that his life is not in danger yet. Ordinary extraordinary creatures would fight him desperately. Anguillette set his sights on the swamp area in front of him. After passing through the swamp, it was the plateau area. The other direction is the road from the plain to the plateau. Naturally, it is impossible for Anguillette to go back to the dense forest area, detour from the plateau area in another direction. Substantial spiritual power spread out, and I felt some details of the swamp. A thoughtful look flashed in Anguillette's eyes, and an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Can be used to get through this swampy area. A pale golden digital light suddenly glowed in the pupils. The movements and dangers under the surface of the swamp were beyond Anguillette's expectations. And they are all in an unknown state. If they are ordinary wizard apprentices, they probably wouldn't dare to walk here. But Anguillette didn't have this concern. Under his eyes, there was nothing to hide. Soon, Anguillette entered the dense forest again, and there was the sound of some trees snapping. After about 10 minutes, Anguillette dragged a large row of tree boards fixed together by various vines, and threw them directly into a very wide swamp area where the edge could not be seen. In an instant, a large amount of swamp liquid was splashed, as well as various muddy filth, and biological bones floating in the swamp. Most of them are ordinary beast bones, and some special bones have extra limbs. These are extraordinary creatures. Even, Anguillette saw several human skeletons in it. It made his eyes narrow. It should be the freshmen who died in the swamp area in the past years. 7 or 8 trees tied together directly become an alternative. The big ship floated on the swamp. Angelette stepped on it directly, and it was very stable. Because the trees used were large enough, there was no need to worry about capsizing the boat. Even if there is an attack by the extraordinary creatures under the swamp, Angelette can deal with it calmly. Out of some additional considerations, Angelette took out the invisibility cloak and meteoric iron sword that he had specially worn in the wizard ring. The invisibility cloak directly hid Angelette's body and breath. So among other extraordinary creatures, this one is a very ordinary driftwood, floating on the water surface of the swamp. It's just that the number of these driftwood is too much, too big. The advantage of this is that it can save Angelette a lot of time and not have to worry about the attacks of some extraordinary creatures. Although he himself is not afraid, it will waste a lot of time. Angelette is now just completing the assessment of this new secret realm as soon as possible, and doesn't want to procrastinate anymore. It was this random teleportation, somewhat beyond Angelette's expectation. It is impossible to get the exact location of the two women. But it doesn't matter, anyway, the freshmen will find the plateau area in the end. The same goes for liquidation there. It would be great if we could meet them on the road ahead of time. As time slowly passed, the other kind of big boat composed of trees, driven by Angelette's substantive spiritual power, kept floating towards the depths of the swamp. Although Angelette's substantive spiritual power is relatively weak compared to the ultimate wizard apprentice. But with such a slight boost, the consumption can still be supported. But something happened that surprised Angelette. That is, when the tree boat was driving, there were unexpectedly many extraordinary creatures who spontaneously climbed onto the tree boat, as if they wanted to hitch a ride. These extraordinary creatures are generally thin and small, but they are poisonous. They didn't notice Angelette, who had already hidden his breath and figure. Angelette looked at the number of poisonous supernatural beings he had. There are still about 10 heads short of the 50 poisonous extraordinary creatures in the mixing poison and refining body witchcraft. The corners of Angelette's mouth raised slowly. She was really dozing off, and sent the pillow. Since these little guys are all delivered to the door, it would be too embarrassing for him not to accept them. Location: Upper House of Dark Wizard Academy. The area of the wizard's residence near the upper house is very large, and it can be said that it occupies the same size as the entire free zone. The main reason is that it can facilitate the laboratories of the wizarding students in the entire upper school, as well as the location of the cultivation field. No matter what kind of experiment, it can be carried out. There is even a special public experiment area, and you only need to pay the corresponding dark point to enter and use it. Of course, the land occupied by the official wizards at the core level is not comparable to that of the upper courtyard. And in the most remote corner of the wizard's residential area. The wizard's house here is owned by the third-level wizard apprentice, the picture-retouching wizard. Usually no one comes here. Quiet, dead still, but there was a heavy smashing sound, resounding. In the laboratory, the picture-retouching wizard covered his chest with a very ugly expression. On the ground in front of him, a glass container had already been broken, and there was red liquid scattered out, which he got out at a considerable price. It was able to replenish the experimental body of the remnant fetal meditation method, and some consumed special nutritional potions. Now he has no thoughts, he can feel sorry for the waste of this nutritional medicine. Just now, he felt his experimental body, and the feeling of being completely wiped out came over. The kind of burning pain that was personally on the scene made his eyes extremely sinister. Who is it? Who killed my experimental subject? Who is it? The hoarse voice of the retouching wizard echoed in the laboratory. And in the corner of the huge laboratory space, there are several huge iron cages, in which various life forms are locked. There are otherworldly beings, but many more are humans. Whether it is a man or a woman, pregnant women, children, the elderly, all exist. They were all locked together in a unified way, and there were all kinds of flesh and blood limbs on their bodies, as well as body mutations. Even the belly of the pregnant woman has been split open, and the baby inside has mutated, and is stuck alive with the umbilical cord, showing the symbiosis of the mother and child. But this kind of symbiosis is extremely painful. As long as they live, they will suffer the pain of tearing their bodies apart. The only good point is that the consciousness of the pregnant woman has completely collapsed. Only the resentment remains in her eyes, and she is staring at the experiment place where the retouching wizard often stands. The innermost iron cage also used various restraint witchcraft formations. Because the people inside are all mortals with wizard aptitude. The experiment has not been carried out yet, so I can only look at the picture-retouching wizard who is venting his temper in horror. These days, they saw with their own eyes the horrible scenes of slaves who were also bought back being transformed and dissected in various ways. This is a total demon. The retouching wizard did not dare to send the students of the Dark Wizard Academy here. With the rules of the White Bone Society, once discovered, there will be consequences that he cannot bear. Only after signing the wizard contract in advance, can the corresponding operations be carried out. Wizard 2's expression was extremely gloomy. Of the 5 experimental subjects he created with great difficulty, one of them was completely killed now. He was able to have some close connections with the experimental subjects who practice the remnant fetus meditation method. Once the other party dies completely, the last scene of death will be passed on to him. And with it comes the feeling of dying. He saw the burning flames, and felt the extreme pain when the cells died because of the burning of flesh and blood. And that blurry figure who turned and left amidst the flames. The picture-retouching wizard took a deep breath. Although the feeling of death would only pass to him for a moment, it was not very pleasant. The picture-retouching wizard, who was gradually recovering, began to think. It's all newborn secret realms, how could there be an existence that completely killed my experimental body? The retouching wizard has this self-confidence, and the 5 masterpieces he has created are comparable to the outstanding wizard apprentices in the lower house. In some ways, even stronger. But it happened to die in a secret realm where there were only newborns, which in itself was a big anomaly. That figure, no matter who you are, but since you killed my experimental subject, it means that you have discovered some clues. Murderous intent appeared in the eyes of the picture-retouching wizard. You must not be kept. Possessing the ability to kill disabled experimental subjects, the newborn secret realm can't pose any danger to such an existence. The picture-retouching wizard decided to wait for the end of this secret realm to visit the freshmen who were still alive one by one. Find out who is the master of that figure. My experimental subject's weakness is fire. You can be proud of being able to discover this, but you will face the kindness of a 3rd-level wizard apprentice. The retouching wizard gritted his teeth and said, with incomparable resentment in his heart. This is his life's painstaking effort, the first clinical practice experiment launched. Almost all the resources were piled up on those 5 subjects. It is absolutely impossible to have any mistakes and errors. It's clearly been calculated. It's just a group of freshmen. Why did such a change occur? Aya and Kalen, who barely walked out of the Mizusawa area, were in a very embarrassing situation. There were tiny wounds all over his body, bitten by those extraordinary leeches. The 2 were still constantly pulling at the leeches on their bodies, and many of them were biting on their skin, relentlessly sucking the blood. Aya directly tore off a leech on her chin, and the blood splashed out immediately. The wound was very hideous, and even the human body itself became hideous and terrifying. Aya's expression was very gloomy. It's really a place. Where is that Angelet, and why haven't I met him yet? Kalen kept patting her body, and the many leeches that were still climbing on her clothes fell to the ground. After the 2 of them got together for about 10 minutes, they finally solved their troubles. The situation in front is different. Aya looked at the dense vegetation in front of her, which was about the height of a person, and she couldn't see the edge at all. This area, which is completely different from the water swamp area, is a plain area. Kalen also had a cloudy expression on her face. Do you want to go in? I don't know where the exit is, and that Angelet is too, so he will hide. Why not come out early and die? Anyway, I don't want to enter that water swamp area, it's really too dangerous and troublesome. Aya said directly to the showdown. If it weren't for Kalen's ability to use thorn witchcraft to manipulate the only plants, the 2 of them might not be able to get out of the water swamp area. Since that's the case, let's go in. According to the collected information, it seems that this is a grassland area in a different area. Kalen analyzed it. Generally speaking, the exit will not be placed in a place that is easy to find, and it will definitely be placed in a place that is difficult to reach. After all, this is an assessment, so it must be at the highest point, or at the lowest point. Kalen's analysis was surprisingly clear. It also made Aya nod with satisfaction, which is also very agreeable. Then he opened his mouth and said, So go to the highest place, or the lowest place. Kalen analyzed it and said, extreme things must be reversed. The area we were in just now is the Shuizawa area, which is probably the lowest position, but we have walked everywhere there, and there are no exits and anomalies at all. There are only those nasty extraordinary creature leeches. So, the only result is at the top. Kalen looked at the many vegetation surrounding this person, and a smug smile appeared on her face. From the water lake to the plain, if you walk along this road, you will only reach higher and higher places. Okay, I listen to you, let's go, let's go. I hope to meet that Angelet on the road. God put luck on our side. If we get closer to the exit, one will definitely have a greater chance of meeting other people. Aya sighed and said, it is always when we want to kill Angelet, but we can't meet it. Kalen also felt a little helpless, and they didn't feel too much pressure on Angelet. I just want to meet and solve it smoothly. Only these can be at ease. Completely solve hidden dangers. If not, there are likely to be other variables. I hope that this guy who didn't even produce his own energy particles died in the belly of those extraordinary creatures in the secret realm of the freshman assessment. Caroline could only think so. The two gradually penetrated into the plain area. Meanwhile, on the other side, Angelet broke away from the invisibility cloak, and patted the wizard's storage bag on his waist. Feeling the heavy state, a faint smile appeared on his face. That is the sense of achievement. This time the newborn secret realm is really not bad, it has gathered all the poisonous extraordinary creatures needed for the follow-up of his, mixing poison and refining body, witchcraft. It only takes a certain amount of time to dissect the poisonous extraordinary creatures in the wizard's storage bag, and the witchcraft of mixing poison and refining body can be upgraded from the 4th stage to the 5th stage. Get the wizard battle body. Angelet looked forward. Another scene had already appeared. It was no longer the same swamp water surface, muddy green. It also proves that he is about to enter another area. When Angelet stepped into the plateau area, the first feeling was the ubiquitous cold invasion. You can feel the cold air, as well as the chill, invading from everywhere. The swamp area is sultry, and the junction of the two areas is even more peculiar. It presents a strange blending ecology. Angelet also took a closer look and analyzed it with the eye of truth. It can be regarded as enriching one's wizard level. The vastness of the world must be gradually understood after all. The eye of truth quickly analyzed the reason and knew the exact reason for such a blending ecology. Angelet entered the plateau area, stepping on the permafrost that has been pierced through, and there is still flowing ice water on the ground. The closer it is to the swamp area, the more water flows, and then flows into the swamp along the terrain between the high and low. Angelet looked up and glanced at the distance. The many cloud and mist mountains towering above the ground were not ordinary high. There is also the white snow formed by the snow, and the clouds are erratic, which can be described as very beautiful. Angelet found that the breath he exhaled gradually became white. It should have entered the plateau area. Within a certain range. Angelet also had some senses somewhere, as if there was some danger in the plateau area. Chi. When the first step stepped on the snow-covered permafrost, Angelet knew that he had penetrated into the plateau area. It was a vast expanse of whiteness, and there were snowstorms constantly falling from the sky. The cold wind blows, and the rocks of Tujongu exist on the steeper ground environment. Angelet continued to walk, and the ground became steeper, with ravines and hillsides rising everywhere. If you continue, you will look into the distance, the magnificent snow-capped mountains that can be seen from a distance. Good Wang Zhao Angelet's goal is also there. He has great confidence that the exit of this new secret realm is above. That feeling in the dark generally can't go wrong. But when you reach the range of the plateau area, the danger has already arrived unknowingly. That's the temperature of the air, and the environment. Cold, wind and snow, and changes in temperature and high pressure. Going from low altitude to high altitude will disrupt the inner breathing structure of a life. Especially the various gases needed for breathing will become particularly thin when they reach the plateau area. It is a great obstacle to physical strength and movement. Angelet didn't have much reaction. This was due to the fact that his physical body had become so perverted that it could not be affected by ordinary harsh environments. No matter how powerful the extraordinary creature in this freshman assessment secret realm is, it cannot compare with Angelet's physical body. The current environment is enough for mortals to freeze to death. It made ordinary wizard apprentices frown, and began to use their own energy particles to help themselves against the cold outside. Angelet just patted the snow on his body. However, this plateau area also has some advantages, that is, the threat of extraordinary creatures will be relatively reduced. There will definitely not be many extraordinary creatures that can survive in this place. Suddenly, Angelet's expression changed. His eyes narrowed and he looked in a direction ahead. There are other things, and they are still living things, and the breath is not weak. Reach the level of the second-level wizard apprentice. Angelet's eyes are dim, and the extraordinary creatures that can survive in the plateau are not ordinary existences. Be more ferocious, cunning, and powerful. The white snow fluttered all over the sky, and under the blowing of the cold wind, I don't know where it will flow before it falls. A figure in a black-gray wizard robe and a black cloak, the cloak is actually faintly visible in the white snow. Angelet looked indifferently at the extraordinary creature that came out from behind the hillside. The body shape is similar to the enlarged version of the snow wolf, but there are 3 heads, and each head has ferocious sharp teeth side by side, but the eyes and feelings revealed by each head are very different. The eyes of the head in the middle are treacherous and cunning. The head on the left has greed. And the head on the right is violent, cruel, and wants to tear Angelet into pieces. Angelet's eye of truth began to analyze some data of this extraordinary creature. Based on the memory stored in the memory area of Angelet's own brain, he really analyzed what this extraordinary creature is. Target: 3-headed high sky dog. Strength: the peak of the second-level wizard apprentice. Content: generally grows in inaccessible and harsh plateau areas, cold areas, likes cold, wind and snow. Such a harsh environment has also tempered the terrible strength of the 3 high sky dogs. Even for ordinary third-level wizard apprentices, will also pay attention to an adult 3-headed high-day dog. Supplement: there is a certain chance that 3 high-level dogs can break through to 4 high-level dogs, 5 high-level dogs, which are comparable to third-level wizard apprentices in turn, and the extreme bloodline of extreme wizard apprentices is extremely good, so there is a certain chance to break through. Domesticated. Angelet's eyes narrowed. The 3 high-headed dogs must have wandered around the nearby plateau area, and traveled to and from the mountains, hunting all kinds of extraordinary creatures and wild beasts as their food. And the higher areas are not liked by the 3-headed dogs, and generally they will not go there. The altitude is too high, which will cause him to consume and cannot keep up with the nutritional supplement. In the plateau area, food is quite scarce. At present, the 3-day high-day dog clearly regards Angelet as food. At this moment, the 3 Gaoshan dogs, the corners of the mouths of the 3 heads were drooling, and they were already salivating for the flesh and blood on Angelet's body. As a group of wizards, they have bodies that have been strengthened by energy particle radiation, and possess more biological energy than beasts and ordinary extraordinary creatures. And Angelet is even more terrifying. The biological energy contained in the flesh is like a huge heat furnace in the eyes of the 3 Gaoshan dogs. Seeing the 3-headed dog ready to move, Angelet just had a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Seeing the column that can be domesticated, Angelet's eyes moved slightly. To be honest, it is still possible to have such a dog who can guard the house. Of course, it was able to survive in the hands of another little guy. Angelet took the wizard's storage bag from his waist, and then, the spiritual power induced the wizard's storage bag, and released the black armored dragon placed in it. The black armored dragon that suddenly appeared in this icy and snowy place obviously hadn't reacted to its state, and immediately sneezed and sneezed. It was a bit of joy, and then I got Angelet's order. The Longan was full of ferocity, and it directly met the 6 eyes of the 3 Gaoshan dogs. Angelet had a look of anticipation on his face. One is a black armored dragon, which is also a dragon species, and can be called the overlord level among extraordinary creatures. The other one is also not weak, it is the overlord level predator in the plateau snow area. A 3-headed dog with the ability to evolve. Moreover, this 3-headed high-level dog seems to have some hidden talents, which can be regarded as very good blood potential. Angelet's eyes of truth can see everything. 3 heads, possessing 3 kinds of jet and breathing abilities. It's really terrible, but Angelet's black armored dragon, after these days of fighting, also stimulated the ferocious nature in its own blood. In the battle between the two, it is hard to say who is the final winner. After all, the 3-headed high-day dog has a field bonus. And the black armored dragon's body has already started to emit a faint black smoke, which means that the heat in the body is beginning to radiate. The black cuticle armor at each vital point also shone with a dark luster. Roar! The black armored dragon roared and rushed towards the 3 Gayoshan dogs. The ground seemed to tremble under his running. And the 3 Gayoshan dogs did not show any weakness at all, and rushed over with the same roar. 2 extraordinary creatures of the same overlord level started a deadly fight with each other. In the plain area, the tall vegetation can't see the edge at a glance, and it's impossible to determine the exact direction, because all the scenes are the same scene of grass and green. Freya lay on the ground in a state of embarrassment, panting heavily, and had several penetrating injuries on her body. The cross sword was crucified fiercely on a newborn wizard whose body had undergone alienation and had completely turned into a monster. And the cross sword is being pressed firmly by Sophia, preventing the monster from breaking free again. However, the monster was still struggling violently, and a large amount of black liquid splashed around during the struggle, and it also stained her body. Freya resisted the exhaustion of her body, got up from the ground, and then stretched out into the wizard's pocket. Once again, a large amount of black powder was grabbed. These black powders can produce severe toxicity, which can suppress the newborn monster's actions. But the troublesome thing is that these newborn monsters are simply unkillable. Even if you use various methods of wizards, although they are effective, they are not very good. It can only be suppressed temporarily, and after a certain period of time, it will always be revived, and every struggle will be more violent. Sophia, go! Freya directly sprinkled the black powder on the monster. Soon, the toxicity began to attack, and the tendency of the monster to struggle gradually shrank a little. In the end it just stopped moving. But Freya knew that this was only temporary, the monster was eliminating the influence of the poisonous powder. Sophia slumped down on the ground and recovered strength. The 2 of them set up a trap and successfully killed the monster wizard. The strength of the monster wizard is very strong, far surpassing the 2 of them, but they also discovered a weakness. That is, the brain is not very smart. When fighting, there seems to be only killing and greed in the mind. Using this, they were able to achieve where they are now. But every time it is obviously killed, it can be resurrected again. This made the 2 feel extremely bored and disgusted. They don't have much left to do. Sophia took a deep breath and said, "Let's evacuate first. Go to a higher place. I have analyzed some things. The higher we go, the colder the temperature. And this monster seems to rely on heat and breath to lock us. As long as we enter the cold area in time, there will naturally be an environment that will cover our confidence that we will not be tracked by such a monster." Quote, "And we have to tell other people this news as much as possible, but there are 5 such monster wizards mixed in. We are actually very dangerous." Freya also knew that what Sophia said was true, because it was just a monster, and they fought so hard. Even in a frontal battle, he is not an opponent at all. If you don't unite with other people, it is very likely that you will be completely killed by these monsters in this freshman assessment secret realm. The 2 acted immediately, and sprinkled all the black powder left on their bodies directly on the body of the monster flasher. Then towards the direction of the plateau, began to move forward quickly. Not long after they left, 2 figures slowly walked into this area. "There are also many traces of human activities," Aya said in surprise. "Karen, look quickly, these traces exist for a very short time. Maybe the freshmen who are active here have not gone far, maybe even near here." Kaylin's face was a bit strange. Why these traces always seemed to be very flustered, and they made. At this moment, Aya's voice interrupted her thinking. "Karen, let's quickly look around here to see if there is any trace of the new student. If it is the target, we can just start." There was a bit of deep meaning on Aya's face. The target, she said, was naturally only Angelette. Kaylin also smiled knowingly. Even if it wasn't Angelette, if it was another freshman who died in this secret realm of freshmen, there would be no news about it. The 2 of them have some other calculations. Maybe they can plan some survival resources that can be used in the newborn secret realm, maybe. The 2 looked at each other, and they both knew each other tacitly. Soon, Aya and Kaylin came to the place where Freya suppressed the monster wizard before. Aya and Kaylin also saw the figure of the wizard being stabbed on the ground by the cross sword at a glance. Yes, a normal wizard figure, but the wizard robe on his body has become tattered. Under the toxic effect of those black powders, the monster wizard could no longer support his alienated state. It can only be restored to the human form, and began to fall into a deep sleep, dispelling those toxic effects. Because it is not manpower itself, and has been killed several times by Sophia and the others. Even in the human form, there is no sign of breathing or being alive. Aya and Kaelin first checked the surroundings carefully, and found that there was no hidden danger, so they looked at the monster wizard nailed to death with cross swords in peace. I really want to know this wizard. By the way, this guy is one of the few people who snatched our quota and signed a contract with the wizard. A disgusted expression appeared on Aya's face, looking at the motionless corpse of the monster wizard. And Kaelin also showed disgust in the same way. Originally that opportunity should be theirs. But they made wedding dresses for other people. Aya's eyes lit up, as if she saw that the monster wizard's tattered wizard robe and the wizard's pocket were relatively intact. There is a thought to replenish it. Immediately, he walked towards the monster wizard, squatted down, and touched the wizard's pocket. She didn't have any psychological pressure on touching the corpse. And Kaelin is also used to it, so she is going to check her surroundings to see what is not left over and can be used. This is obviously a battle between nascent wizards. Aya has already started to rummage, and really found quite a few available. There was also a smug smile on his face. Suddenly, she saw a few witchcraft scrolls in the pocket of the monster wizard's wizard robe. Just ready to reach for it. But at the next moment, a black palm full of bulging veins and flowing blood grabbed her arm violently. Her face suddenly changed, and panic appeared in her pupils. Reflecting the sudden alienation of the monster wizard's body, the body split directly into a huge mouth, swallowing Aya in one gulp. Kaelin has collected a lot of poisonous powder residues that can be used as means. In the newborn secret realm, one must save and deal with all kinds of dangers. Suddenly, Kaelin frowned and her heart skipped a beat, as if she sensed something bad. Her face suddenly changed, her voice, "Why is it so quiet?" The moment she turned around, a huge mouth of flesh and blood rushed towards her directly. And Kaelin didn't even have time to display her means. Do not. The monster wizard ate Aya and Kaelin's body. Started to use the method in the remnant fetal meditation method to digest. But this meditation method itself is unstable, and Aya and Kaelin are also wizard apprentices who gave birth to energy particles. Suddenly, a kind of rejection and confrontation arose. The flesh between the three began to be softened continuously under the control of the special flesh and blood of the remnant fetus, the bones were folded in half, and the flesh and blood mutated. In the end, a bloody flesh ball monster composed of various limbs was formed, and a large number of tentacles were flying on it. As for Aya and Kaelin's grievances, resentment, and thoughts in their hearts, these aspects of spiritual power have also been integrated together. The rejection reaction became more serious, so that three faces appeared on the surface of the bloody flesh ball monster. Decibels are Aya, and Kaelin, and the monster wizard himself. They all have their own thoughts and ideas. No, I don't want to be like this, my body, ah. Why did this happen? I became a monster, my body, my strength, my wizard path. If Angelet can find out here, this is the lack of greed in the remnant meditation method. If it is only the fusion of the physical body, perhaps a more perfect fusion and absorption can be achieved. But every aspect must be integrated. Spiritual power, physical body, aptitude, soul. Among them, the illusory aspect itself also carries emotion and consciousness. Therefore, it became such a weird and grotesque monster to the extreme. The remnant fetus meditation idea is running spontaneously, absorbing and erasing it with all its strength, but it still cannot be completely integrated and digested. Despair appeared on the faces of Aya and Kaelin, as well as the insanity caused by such changes. They were completely crazy, with resentment, violence, and madness on their faces. Sanity is also completely lost, conforming to the operation of the remnant fetus meditation method. Why did I become like this? Why? Angelet, Freya, Sophia, Dot and more people, why can you have a good body? I don't agree, I hate it. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to eat you, I'm going to make you like me, woo. A cry of misery and despair. Resentment, crazy roar. Constantly reverberating, conforming to the fusion and changes taking place in the flesh. From the state of the bloody flesh ball, further evolution occurred. The superposition of strong points begins, and the breath is constantly getting stronger. In the end, it reached the level of a second-level wizard apprentice, and it is still strengthening. Until a higher boundary is broken. 10 minutes later, the constant rustling and the sound of broken bones finally ended. A gigantic figure crushed a lot of grass and rose towards one direction, and that direction was the plateau area. I feel that this time the bet is going to be cheated by you, Akelay. It is located in a leisure building in the core area of the Underdark. The woman's voice carried a bit of charm, slowly echoing in the room. The softness and charm of the voice make people think of the most beautiful things in an instant, so that they can relax wholeheartedly and even start to vent. Bone Demon Wizard Akelay took a sip of the wine on the table, and said with a smile, "Water Demon Wizard, how can this be called tricking you? I didn't do anything. This is the fairest bet." The figure sitting opposite the Bone Demon Wizard has an incomparably hot and slim figure, and the loose wizard robes he wears can't hide those two truths. And the appearance of the figure is even more beautiful, with flaming red lips moving up and down. If you, Akelay, are willing to bet with me, you are already cheating me. I have never heard of you having a loss even once. The Bone Demon Wizard chuckled and said, "This is your ridiculous praise. I am not as good as you said, and I will still suffer, sometimes." The Water Demon Wizard didn't bother to talk to the Bone Demon Wizard about these little tricks in words. He moved his body slightly, and changed the direction of the two principles in front of him, which seemed to make it easier. Then he said curiously, "It's rare for you to make a bet with me once, and you want to lie to me a little darker. Could it be that among this batch of freshmen, there are wizards that you have taken a fancy to?" The Bone Demon Wizard narrowed his eyes, as if he had thought of something. Then he said with a light smile, "I just discovered some interesting things, and I am looking forward to how many surprises this freshman assessment can bring me. However, if I'm interested, there is one, but it's not a freshman, but another little guy who has been in the Wizarding Academy for a long time." "Oh, this is interesting." The Water Demon Wizard smiled charmingly. "What is it that can make you even fall in love with the Bone Demon Wizard?" The Bone Demon Wizard smiled and said, "It's a secret. However, this little guy really brought me a little surprise. He has researched something interesting. It depends on the results of this freshman assessment." The Bone Demon Wizard said, "If you win, then you will be rewarded, and the things that little guy researched are of no great use. If I win, then I think it's a bit interesting. If we both lose..." The Bone Demon Wizard's eyes became extremely deep, and he said with a different tone, "That's really more interesting." When he was in the freshman classroom, he saw some abnormalities among the freshman wizards at a glance. But he didn't say it, but it was definitely very interesting. It's really been a long time since such an interesting thing happened. Then why do you want to intervene? Isn't it good to let it develop naturally? Even if all the new students are dead, it doesn't matter. Compared with official wizards, these freshmen are simply dispensable things. But as an official wizard, he also strictly abides by the wizard rules of the White Bones Society, but he didn't go beyond the slightest, right? When the Bone Demon Wizard thought of this, he smiled knowingly. The bet he made with the Water Magician resulted in 5 new lives being born. As for the 5 newcomers, he had already guessed who they were. It has to be said that he has developed a lot of interest in that little guy called Shutu. If the performance is very good, it doesn't matter how qualified you are. Anyway, the Bone Demon Wizard would never think that he would lose this bet. The most unlikely thing is that the Water Wizard won the bet. As the Water Magic Wizard said, he has never suffered any losses in the Bone Society. It's over. In this snowy and extremely cold environment, the 2 Overlord-level extraordinary creatures fought desperately, and finally decided the winner. Pat. The huge body fell directly to the ground, blood continuously flowed out, infecting the white snow. It looked extremely bright red, shocking. Roar. The black armored dragon couldn't help but roared out. The sound directly resounded throughout the sky. Although he also had a lot of scars on his body, he won this battle. Won by a narrow margin. But that was one too. Angelet stood aside, with a satisfied look in his eyes, and then took out the wizard's storage bag, and put the seriously injured black armored dragon and the 3-headed high-day dog in it. The space inside a wizard's containment bag keeps their wounds from progressing. As for the three-headed high-day dog, whether it can survive or not depends on his own vitality. This is just a small episode, and it doesn't occupy Angelet's mind too much. Whether it is the black armored dragon or the fire dragon sword, they are both partners and weapons. As a weapon, it can be used. 0. Ask for flowers. It is impossible for Angelet to do it all by himself. That would be such a waste of time and energy. Looking at the tallest and most majestic mountain range, he seemed to be able to see a figure at the highest point. They looked at each other with their eyes. It's an insane feeling. Here we come, standing on the highest point of the plateau area, facing the endless wind, snow and cold wind. Sulu Zijinhua was a burly figure, exhaled a big mouthful of white air, and said dumbly. Then the tone gradually became serious. It's just in time, some of my preparations, I have to let you have a good taste of the pain first. Behind him, there are 20 blood-eyed snow leopards, their eyes are full of blood, and they are very scary. There is also saliva in their mouths. It seems that they have been hungry for a long time. Hooking up with Polaris, Sulu had to guard against Angelet's other methods. After all, he was an apprentice of an extreme wizard. When you come to the top of this mountain, it will be my lore, Gia Gia Gia. Sulu Zijinhua sneered. Angelet headed towards the highest mountain in the plateau region. And there is almost the core of the plateau area, and it is also the coldest place. The snow is very thick. Every step taken requires the traveler to consume a lot of physical strength, and even consume a lot of calories to resist these invisible chills. However, Angelet's wizard physique already had some body part characteristics that only high-level wizards had in advance. Faced with such environmental influences, Angelet felt a hot zone spontaneously circulated in his physical body. These effects disappeared immediately, and I no longer felt the slightest coldness. And Angelet stretched out his white palm to take a look, and found a faint star power flowing in the blood vessels, isolating the coldness outside. It looks very strange. After walking for about half a day, Angelet finally reached the most magnificent mountain. And the current position is just halfway up the mountain. Angelet stopped her steps as if she had a premonition. In the pupil, the pale golden data light gradually flowed. Looking at everything in the snowy world in front of you, Angelet found something unusual, and these things, for him, still have some dangers. Although the danger is not very great. Several huge snowman statues that seemed to have stood in the wind and snow blocked Angelet's way forward. Angelet narrowed his eyes, but his footsteps did not stop at all. Soon, they came to these 4 giant snowman statues. It is about 10 meters high, and its momentum is very amazing. When I looked carefully, I could see what kind of snowman it was. It was clearly a white ape man standing in the wind and snow, with thick fur and huge piles of muscles. One could imagine the terrifying power of these 4 white ape men. Angelet's Eye of Truth has already obtained the information of these 4 white ape men. Target: Ancient Giant Ape. Strength: comparable to a second-level wizard apprentice. Content: an ancient species that grows in the wind, snow and cold, has excellent genes, and extraordinary properties that will not be cut off. The adult height can generally reach about 10 meters, and it has powerful strength. It can smash boulders with one punch, and even it was an astonishing growl. As if sensing Angelet's aura, the 4 ancient giant apes, like snowman statues, opened a pair of eyes full of bloody light in the head part, and the eyelids also shook off part of the snow. A breath from the primitive wilderness locked onto Angelet's body. The deterrent force of terror is also oppressed. If it was an ordinary mortal, or a weaker wizard apprentice, he would have already become fearful and timid. Angelet's eyes were calm, and his expression didn't change at all. He gradually understood some things. Judging from the strength of the freshmen, at most they can only deal with ordinary extraordinary creatures. Comparable to the second-level wizard apprentices, it is not the 3 high sky dogs, but also the 4 ancient giant apes before. In the dense forest area and the swamp area, Angelet has never encountered it. Only in this plateau area, there are such powerful and extraordinary creatures. It is impossible for freshmen to deal with it. Even if they deal with one, it will cost a huge price, losing some killer moves and the like. So it turned out, Angelet had some guesses in his mind. Is it a specific arrangement? In the cognition of Sulu Zijinhua. I have the strength of a first-level wizard apprentice, and the possibility of Polaris support. The purpose is to let oneself consume whole cards, and there are various means. Experience extraordinary creatures, as well as the cold environment of this plateau, and the influence of Haifa climate. When reaching the end and climbing the mountain, no matter what, Angelet is in the state, and when all the cards are used in all aspects. And Sulu Zijinhua makes a move again, which takes advantage of all aspects. It has to be said that it is a really perfect strategy. And it's still conspiracy. Because if freshmen want to go out, the only way is here. How is really just an ordinary freshman who got funding from an extreme wizard apprentice? With all kinds of means, powerful witchcraft scrolls and the like. Even if they reached the mountain peak, it was exactly as Sulu Zijinhua expected. However, this strategy has one of its biggest weaknesses. That is to be the sorcerer apprentice, with absolute strength, to suppress everything. All of this can only be a castle in the air, and it will be blown away. Angelet raised her head slowly. On her handsome face, there was only that extremely indifferent expression. Facing the 4 ancient giant apes who have begun to stretch their bones and wake up from their deep sleep. Angelet just raised her hand slightly. At this moment, the sudden cold wind seems to have stopped. The next moment, 4 shadow spikes condensed out from the void, directly piercing the 4 ancient giant apes in front of them. Feeling the pain, the ancient great ape let out a roar. Soon, the shadow spikes pierced into their bodies began to erupt, and a large number of shadow spikes disturbed their internal organs. It's like a flower of thorns blooming in the body. Chi. A large amount of blood spattered out, dyeing the surrounding white snow red. The black and gray wizard robe fluttered in the cold wind, and the black boots stepped over the disfigured corpse. And the 4 shadow spikes also slowly retracted behind Angelet, forming a small shadow ball. 4 ancient giant apes, which were comparable to second-level wizard apprentices, just fell down. He couldn't even stop Angelet for a second. Why can wizards stand at the top of this world, while supernatural beings are still below wizards? The reason for everything is that the wizards are more powerful. Extraordinary creatures have strong bodies, but when faced with various effects of witchcraft, they simply cannot play a big role. Just like Angelet's shadow spikes, with its sharpness and extreme speed, it can be said to be the nemesis of this kind of supernatural creature with a huge body. Angelet continued to walk, and the shadow-piercing witchcraft just now only consumed about 10 units of his energy particles. And his energy particle unit can reach about 240. Time passed slowly, the cold environment became heavier and heavier, and the snow accumulation also reached a deeper level. At this location, Angelet also needs to consume energy particles to support his feet to prevent him from sinking into the thick snow. It's a pity that there is no flying witchcraft. If Angelet can fly, he won't have to climb the mountain so much. However, it is said that the energy particles of official wizards have enough mass to be blessed on one's body for a short flight. But it didn't last long, and the consumption was very serious. Only specialized flying witchcraft can carry out convenient flying. Angelet didn't take a step on the snow, leaving a slightly dark footprint. This is the effect of shadow energy particles. And at the edge of the shadow footprints, there is still a part of crystal light. That's the effect of the astral power in Angelet's body. Fend off the biting cold of your surroundings. Finally, when Angelet stepped onto a platform halfway up the mountain, there was a winding mountain road leading directly to the top of the mountain, which appeared in front of Angelet. Although for mortals, it is also extremely steep and rugged. But for wizards, it is much more convenient, and there is no need to worry about some natural additional factors. But when Angelet stood on the natural platform halfway up the mountain, she didn't choose to continue walking. Instead, he stopped his steps and looked at his feet indifferently. Because of the platform formed by years of accumulated snow, the original situation should be a huge deep pothole. A light golden light flashed in Angelet's eyes, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Interesting. And under the snow, in the depths, the strange lines seemed to be materialized, embedded in the snow, and finally connected to the bottom of the pothole. The crimson light suddenly lit up, and a wizard formation that had been prepared in advance was activated instantly. The high temperature of tens of thousands of degrees broke out in this instant. The snow began to melt and running water began to form. Angelet's feet suddenly felt great fluctuations. Then, several crimson chains rushed out of the snow in an instant and wrapped around Angelet's feet. This is a trap, a well-hidden trap. The terrifying temperature was also transmitted from the crimson chain. It was definitely a terrifying high temperature that could melt a mortal into coke in an instant. At this moment Angelet was entangled, and it seemed that she was about to suffer the most terrible result. And at the top of the mountains, Sulu Zijinhua still had her hands behind her back, overlooking the endless mountains and the scene of raging wind and snow. There were some changes in his face, as if he had sensed something, and then he showed a mocking smile. Some wizard tools obtained from the Zijinhua family, as well as the support of wizard props. Among them is a special wizard formation. The power that erupts at full strength can even threaten the existence of an official wizard level. Such terrifying high temperature is definitely not something that life can bear. It is that there are great restrictions, and preparations need to be made in advance, and at least 3 days and 3 nights of preparation are required before the corresponding high temperature can be superimposed in the same state. Then when the wizard formation is triggered, it explodes in an instant, forming the most terrifying power. For official wizards, even if this formation is activated, it has no effect. In an instant, the formation can be completely destroyed. And the ultimate wizard apprentice can also detect some abnormalities, and can even perceive the key points with mental power. On the contrary, it will not step into the range covered by the formation. It can be regarded as a solid accumulation. But if it is used to deal with a small newborn wizard, that is the result of death. Sulu Zijinhua was proud, even if that Angelet had some life-saving items supported by Polaris. But there is only one such method, or two. Now that one is consumed, together with the previous checkpoint methods, it is enough to completely consume this little new wizard method. Sulu Zijinhua said arrogantly, "I hope you don't die so simply, little thing, otherwise you won't be able to bring me some fun. How I want to see you kneeling at my feet, begging for mercy." Sulu Zijinhua had a sarcastic smile on his face. Thinking that you can sit back and relax by relying on the North Star and eating soft food, that is your biggest mistake. Chi. Water vapor began to appear, and huge white smoke and dust came out, covering everyone's sight. But at this moment, with the melting of the snow, the activation of the wizard formation under the deep pit, and the terrifying crackling sound caused by the high temperature, also blared at this moment. The terrifying crimson, as if magma gushed out from the center of the earth and covered it, directly moved towards the figure of Angelet, who was entangled in the crimson chains, and drowned it. The next moment, these crimson energy frenzy affected Angelet's location and the further range. Everything disappeared, obliterated, and evaporated under this crimson energy frenzy. Never leave the slightest trace on this world again. Even in this snowy picture scene, a permanent picture is formed. That is the crimson frenzy. A dazzling and dangerous waterfall was formed, and the scorched blackness left behind. No one can survive such a situation. The range of such fluctuations has reached hundreds of meters, and everything within the range of hundreds of meters has disappeared. The breath of death flows. As Sulu Zijinhua said, even the body of a formal wizard cannot bear this. The crimson power when nature is angry. Angelet was entangled in the scarlet chains, so she couldn't get rid of it even more. However, in a higher area, on a small protruding huge rocky platform, a figure faced the wind and snow, looking down at the picture of the crimson wave below, without the slightest wave in his eyes. Dynamic changes. The corners of Angelet's mouth raised slightly. It was indeed a very grand firework. The Sulu purple golden flower was used as a tribute before his death, which is really very good. Reminder. The shadow alternation witchcraft has been used, 3 shadow marks have been lost, and 1 has been consumed. The most energy consumed, 20 units. Angelet didn't pay attention to the information prompt in the empty screen. Everything is under his control, as he said, with absolutely powerful strength to suppress everything. What kind of strategy is useless? The shadow energy particles under the feet began to bloom, emitting some of the aftermath of the shadow alternation witchcraft. The surrounding snow is also directly melted clean. The quality of Angelet's energy particles is very high. 1 unit is equivalent to 2 units, or even 3 units of ordinary wizard apprentices. Using a witchcraft requires less energy particles. The power will also become stronger. Even Angelet has some North Star symptoms. That is the energy particles that I have, the mass and capacity are too high, and the physical body cannot fully adapt to control. But Angelet's symptoms were only a little bit, because his physical body was strong enough. When the wizard battle body is completely shaped, such a small influence will disappear. His figure gradually disappeared into the wind and snow. There is still some distance between the halfway up the mountain and the top of the mountain. But because of the formation of a special road, it saves a lot of time. Soon, Angelet has reached the range of the top position. Here, the snowstorm is even more severe. Visibility is almost exhausted, and only part of the surrounding area can be seen clearly. And the snow is even thicker, including the body that has accumulated a whole body of snow. Angelet frowned, wanting to go to the top position, although it was not difficult for him. But be careful with the possible avalanches. If such a huge amount of snow covers him, it will be a rather troublesome thing. At this moment, Angelet's pupils flashed a light golden light. I saw something out of the ordinary. An unknown amount of snow has accumulated under the white surface that appears as a slope as a whole. Angelet saw several points on these snow-covered surfaces, and there were some special arrangements that could cause huge vibrations. There is no doubt that these snowpacks can be induced. And the road that Angelet wants to walk also needs to pass under these snow layers. Once the mass of snow was attracted, it formed an unpredictable avalanche and submerged towards Angelet. Even he has to feel a bit troublesome. Yes, trouble. Although this natural power is huge, it can be avoided by taking advantage of its explosive force. As long as you don't face the power of nature directly, fight against it. The current Angelet has not reached that point yet. Immediately, he frowned, and then a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. This Sulu Zijinhua is indeed a veteran student of the lower house, and she still has some tricks. Every wizard of the White Bones Society cannot be underestimated. The consequences of underestimating are all cold corpses buried in the past of history. For the trouble of this snow layer, Angelet already has some countermeasures. Boom! On the vast surface of the snow layer, ripples appeared, and the next moment, there was a sound of explosion. The snow layer was moved, enough to submerge some of the terrifying snow, and directly tilted down overwhelmingly. This movement is to cause drastic environmental changes in the entire snow mountain. Like the pressure of heaven and earth, the tumbling snow layer is really amazing and shocking. If you look at it from a distance, it looks like the entire snow mountain is about to collapse. And at the top of the snow peak that is not too far away from this place. Sulu Zijinhua also heard the roaring sound, and a bit of surprise appeared on her face. It seems that he did not expect that Angelet could really escape from the trap of the previous wizard formation and survive. It also triggered the last trap. Sulu Zijinhua sneered, this last level is also the most difficult one. Under the power of the torrent of nature, any personal power is slim. Unless one has reached the level of an official wizard and can release the mighty power of nature for a short period of time, it is possible to resist. Thinking of this, Sulu Zijinhua felt a little bored. After all, he was just a small first-level wizard apprentice, a newborn wizard. Even with Polaris as a backer, his own ability is not good enough to see the situation clearly. He also couldn't perceive the terrible crisis under this ordinary snow scene, and death was inevitable. Being able to survive the previous wizard formation is already a rare thing for Sulu Zijinhua. The power of nature and the scope of its impact are far greater than the previous wizard formation. Extreme wizard apprentices are affected, and they will also encounter a great crisis. Sulu Zijinhua shook her head. It seemed that some of her other methods were useless. The idea of giving those 20 blood-eyed snow leopards a full meal also came to nothing. After all, he's just a newborn wizard. No matter how high he looks, it's nothing more than that. Sulu Zijinhua said disdainfully. The next step is to solve the two women's studies. No one can take advantage of the Zijinhua family and survive. However, when he turned around, the faint smile on his face froze for an instant, and there was creepiness in his eyes. A strange but familiar chi suddenly appeared here. How can that be? It turned out to be the freshman's. How could Angelet appear here suddenly? Are the 20 blood-eyed snow leopards on the pass fake? Each head is comparable to a second-level wizard apprentice. Even though, extraordinary creatures are generally not opponents of wizards. But with such a large number, even he himself would feel great danger. Impossible that there is no sound at all. Sulu Zijinhua was full of puzzlement and some horror. The development of the matter seemed to be beyond his control. You seem to be very surprised. The indifferent voice slowly reached Sulu Zijinhua's ears. When he turned around completely, what caught his eyes was a piece of blood, as well as the erratic figure looming in the wind and snow. Angelet threw the corpse of a blood-eyed snow leopard in his hand to the ground, and looked at Sulu Zijinhua indifferently. The blood slowly dyed the surrounding snow extremely bright red. Sulu Zijinhua's face became gloomy. Looking at it at this moment, it was shocking that there were blood-eyed snow leopard corpses everywhere. How did this guy manage to kill so many blood-eyed snow leopards silently? So it's Angelet. You've finally arrived. I'm the invigilator for this freshman assessment. I'm in charge of your entrance and exit. Now you're the first to arrive. That means you're the first in this freshman assessment. Get a lot of rewards. Sulu Zijinhua said with a smile on her face. Are you going to go out now? I can take you to the exit of the secret realm. In addition, your passing time is very short, almost breaking the record of the Bone Society. The smile on Sulu Zijinhua's face became more and more intense, and she was talking about news that would make ordinary new students ecstatic. However, Angelet just looked at him indifferently, and there was even a weird smile on the corner of his mouth. So, is your ultimate move ready, or is your special witchcraft ready to be unleashed? I'm looking forward to it. Sulu Zijinhua's pupils constricted, and her heart skipped a beat, as if Angelet had seen through her inner plan. The smile on his face suddenly froze and became very difficult to look at. How is this possible? How does this guy know what I'm going to do? This must be fake. He is defrauding me. He can't know some information about me, including me dealing with him and so on. Sulu Zijinhua pulled a smile again. Student, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? But I still want to congratulate you for being able to obtain such an honor, and you will definitely be able to get the attention of all parties by then. Even some official wizards will be optimistic about you. Sulu Zijinhua once again increased her support a little bit. Generally, this newborn wizard will have psychological fluctuations when he hears content related to official wizards. What Sulu Zijinhua wanted to catch was Angelet's mental fluctuations. However, once again let him down. There was only a disappointed expression on Angelet's face. It seems that the conspiracy and tricks have made you lose the courage to take action. The essence of a wizard, you are no longer pure. Sulu Zijinhua was stunned for a moment, and couldn't hold back the smile on his face. What are you talking about, Junior? I must not understand. Then, pulling a smile and approaching Angelet, there was a bit of regret in Angelet's eyes, as if he regretted the opponent he was about to meet, such a guy. What are you hesitating about? Are you afraid of me, or are you hesitating because you don't have all the advantages on your side? Angelet said with a flat expression. There is no ridicule, it seems to be just saying the most absolute fact. But the words were like sharp thorns, piercing into Sulu Zijinhua's heart. In an instant, his pupils were filled with bloodshot eyes, and his heart trembled suddenly. I can't keep the smile on my face anymore. This guy. How dare this guy say that? A little wizard apprentice, just a freshman. The calmness in Sulu Zijinhua's mind completely disappeared, and there was only a burst of anger that needed to be vented. His face also suddenly twisted ferociously, and he gritted his teeth and said, Stop joking, who do you think you are? Just a little newborn wizard, a little white face who hooked up with the Polaris, uttering wild words. Without the North Star, you are nothing at all, let alone come here and die for me. Sulu Zijinhua was roaring, and at the next moment, his own blood power was used violently, and it was blessed on the body, so that his physical fitness increased by a full 5 times in this instant. He activated the secret art of blood, and after using it, he would fall into a stage of exhaustion. But the effect is also incomparably excellent. He is a bloodline wizard, and his physical body is extremely powerful. On this basis, the level of 5 times improvement is to show the expressive power of the muscles incomparably vividly. With a sudden step on the foot, the ground suddenly cracked a huge pothole, and there was a sound of explosion. The figure of Sulu Zijinhua disappeared instantly, and the sound of wind and rain seemed to stop at this moment. Because of the huge strength and speed, Sulu Zijinhua's wizard robe was completely torn, revealing the terrifying muscle ratio. Like a muscular monster, the muscles are incomparably swollen, and they are still exuding a red state. The muscles and tendons are very obvious, and they are bulging one by one. Die to me. Sulu Zijinhua appeared in front of Angelet almost in the blink of an eye. The right arm has been expanded to a position suitable for exerting force, and the fist is also clenched. The next moment, a hammer came towards Angelet's throat. A shot is an absolute killing move, as well as his relatively powerful state and means. 5 times stronger, bloody punch. He wanted to beat Angelet to death on the spot and tear him to pieces. In the battle of wizards, there will never be any left behind or underestimated the enemy. When the chi and blood in his physical body were highly violent, the temperature also rose suddenly, directly evaporating the surrounding cold air, forming white smoke and dust. At a speed that cannot be captured by the naked eye, such smoke and dust are instantly elongated, forming a tail smoke. And the fist that was swung in the past, also in a trance, directly hammered on Angelet's throat like a beam of blood. Boom! Smoke and dust rose everywhere, accompanied by a huge crackling sound. Like a huge explosion, the picture presented is even more terrifying than the result of the explosion. As the smoke and dust slowly disappeared, what was revealed was a slender palm that easily blocked Sulu Zijinhua's punch. Sulu Zijinhua's pupils shrank instantly, her body was hot and scalding, and the power of blood that filled every part of the trial, the satisfaction of her strong body. At this moment, there is no disbelief in my heart, and the most obvious and violent sense of astonishment. The coldness in Sulu Zijinhua's heart instantly suppressed the hotness in her body. His face was full of disbelief. On Angelet's indifferent face, his brows were raised slightly, and he said lightly, "This punch is not bad, but it's not enough. This is impossible." Sulu Zijinhua's eyes seemed to have seen a ghost, and she almost screamed, "This is 5 times the strength of my physical body, 5 times. I'm a bloodline wizard, how can you catch it, how can you stop it?" Angelet grabbed the opponent's wrist with the hand that blocked the opponent's fist. 5 times. How much? There was a bit of disapproval at the corner of Angelet's mouth, and his eyes were even more indifferent to the extreme. "You are too weak, both physically and in fighting methods." Angelet exerted strength, directly pulled Sulu Zijinhua over, and then punched Sulu Zijinhua. It was the opponent's face that was smashed. Click. The sound of bones breaking resounded instantly. Not many special effects, not many levels of performance. Only the absolute power is restrained, gathered on the fist, and explodes instantly. Sulu Zijinhua's body was like a ball, it flew upside down, and rolled for an unknown number of times. When that terrifying power was pouring out, it even smashed the ground and slid a deep trace. Judging from the depth, it is already tens of centimeters deep. This kind of power is enough to directly beat a mortal into a blood mist, not even the remains of bones are left. Angelet moved his right hand a bit. This first battle was still a bit of a life-saving one. The arm that didn't block Sulu Zijinhua was directly blown up, including the skull. Just broke his hand bone. There was a sneer at the corner of Angelet's mouth. He was more than a physical body, and he was never afraid of anyone in close combat. Sulu Zijinhua's strength reached the sky, and the physical value reached more than 20. And his physical body value has already rushed to the numerical stage of the main 15th and upwards. This is a terrifying numerical stage, and few in the entire Dark Wizard Academy have such a physical body. Except for the wizards who walked along with the bloodline wizards, it is possible to be somewhat comparable. But it's impossible to surpass Angelet. Angelet knew that Sulu Zijinhua was not dead. A wizard with such a scheming mind, it would not be so simple. He just took out something from his wizard ring. A pure black sphere, about the size of a watermelon. But at this time, a venomous, deep and hoarse voice flew out from there, fell into the snow-covered position, and spread out quickly until it resounded through the surrounding area. "Who do you think you are fighting? A mudblood from a commoner, but you are fighting a wizard from the Zijinhua family." The next moment, a terrifying wave of energy particles erupted from the snow layer. The blood-red energy particles directly broke through the thick snow layer, and then melted a large amount of snow. The terrifying figure was revealed, and the blood-colored energy particles around him were as sticky as blood, which made people feel creepy. Without taking a step, the snow on the ground was melted and corroded, leaving a bloody footprint. To some extent, it has already compared the quality of Angelet's current energy particles. Sulu Zijinhua's upper body no longer has any clothes, revealing her bulging body, and blood-colored energy particles have even begun to flow in the blood vessels. This is astonishing. The power it radiates has reached the extreme level of a second-level wizard apprentice, and even hits the level of a third-level wizard apprentice. All this is due to the special witchcraft inlaid on the chest. Purified kernels from the purple golden flower family. It is similar to the appearance of a spider, and in terms of quality, it is not the slightest difference from the spider's own body. It is the limbs and the details, which are metal in nature, pierced into Sulu Zijinhua's body, supplementing and purifying his energy particles, thus transforming them into the current high-quality energy particles. Moreover, the activity of the physical body, as well as the activity of energy particles, has been further improved. Corresponding to it is the all-round improvement of one's own strength. Whether it is the value of the physical body or the power of the energy particles. There was extreme anger in Sulu Zijinhua's eyes, and a ferocious and hysterical expression on her face. He stared at Angelet's figure with vicious and angry eyes. He has completely lost the calmness he should have in his mind now. I just want to tear up the figure in front of me. How could a little new wizard be able to fight evenly with a wizard family wizard like him? He has worked so hard to get to where he is today. With current strength, how could it be surpassed by a little new wizard? Could it be because of this guy that he hooked up with an apprentice of an extreme wizard? Sulu Zijinhua stepped forward suddenly, and let out a roar. It's just a little new wizard, don't be kidding, do you really think you can live in my hands? Quote. With his palms clasped together violently, the blood-colored energy particles on his body erupted again. A strong wind also dispersed, and the snow under the feet gradually melted. Angelet's face remained calm, looking at Sulu Zijinhua indifferently. It seemed that no matter what Sulu Zijinhua did, he couldn't move him in the slightest. The pale golden data rays of light in the pupils flowed, and the black sphere on the palm also slowly floated up. Finally, it was suspended behind Angelet, and pure black energy particles spread out from it. As soon as it appeared, it brought an abnormal reaction, and even corroded and melted the ice crystals in the surrounding air, and the black liquid fell to the ground. On the ground, the snow was also corroded by these secretions, and penetrated into the deeper snow layer. From the perspective of the aura, it seems that the special energy particles released by Angelet are nothing special. But only Angelet himself can know how terrifying the energy particles under the shadow corrosion witchcraft structure are. Even if he is infected by himself, he will fall into a very troublesome stage. One must know that his physical body is a superposition of wizard physique and combat body. There is also the power of starlight, as well as some properties of the power of nothingness, all of which are the same. One can imagine how terrifying these black energy particles are. Angelet thought in his heart. The Eye of Truth had already analyzed some of the means possessed by Sulu Zijinhua and witchcraft. This purified core has been exposed. There is also the previous 5 times superposition, Blood Eye Strike. The rest are the few witchcrafts he has mastered, namely Blood Wolf Witchcraft, Blood Light Witchcraft, Fang King's Breath Witchcraft, etc. One thing to pay attention to is that the superposition of Blood Light Witchcraft and Fang Breath Witchcraft is consistent. It's a very useful synergy with sorcery. Secondly, it is a last-ditch witch weapon prepared by Sulu Zijinhua. It is the whole card that can directly stimulate all the energy particles of oneself, stimulate the potential, and then use that witch weapon to superimpose and explode. In fact, Angelet didn't underestimate the enemy in any way, and had already constructed some countermeasures before. Even so, he still pays attention to the situation all the time. If there is anything wrong, which is not what he expected, the alternation of shadows witchcraft is ready at any time. This is the most realistic battle between wizards. Always be careful, because you never know whether you will expose a little flaw at a certain stage, and you will lose everything. Therefore, wizards generally maintain their mystery well, and will not let too much information about themselves be revealed. The unknown is the greatest deterrent to a wizard. Everything about Sulu Zijinhua cannot escape Angelet's eyes of truth. The final result was already determined when Sulu Zijinhua made her choice. Once a choice is made, one must have the ability to bear the consequences after making the choice. If you can't afford it, it's also a doomed fate. Angelet's eyes became more and more indifferent, just like the sky above the firmament, indifferent and ruthless. and in the bottom of his eyes, the murderous intent that was brewing gradually emerged. Click. Sulu Zijinhua's body suddenly sank a little, and then directly slapped her hands on the ground forcefully. Suddenly, it seemed that something was about to be bred under the snow layer. The blood-colored energy particles on Sulu Zijinhua's body were also pouring under the snow layer. Chi-chi. Almost after one breath, the influx of blood energy particles stopped. The next moment, Lu Zijin pulled up vigorously. A ferocious giant blood-colored wolf formed directly, broke through the snow layer, and rushed towards Angelet. From the physical point of view, it turned out to be composed of the purest blood-colored energy particles. Moreover, the coagulation properties are very high, and the density has reached a level that surprised even Angelet. It seems that with the help of the purified core, Sulu Zijinhua's witchcraft power has reached the level of the witchcraft power released by Angelet. Even the concentration of energy particles on this blood-colored giant wolf surpassed that of Angelet by a few points. It also made Angelet feel a little bit better. A wizard's combat power can roughly be divided into the following points. The strength of the physical body, as well as the many secret techniques of the explosive physical body occupy a point, which can correspond to the survivability. The strength of energy particles, as well as the capacity of energy particles, can correspond to the power of witchcraft and the number of releases. The next step is how much witchcraft you have mastered and the level of wizard knowledge. Then there are wizard tools, wizard formations, wizard potions. There are also some geographical environments, psychological games, information warfare and the like. Almost every point is very important, and once there is one aspect that is inferior to the opponent, it is equivalent to being occupied by the opponent. In some battles between wizards, it can be regarded as very deadly. If it is not handled properly, it will be the final result of failure. Angelet has done a very good job in this regard, whether it is their own information, or the polishing of their own strength foundation. As for the geographical environment and psychological game, in fact, Angelet has already occupied it in the battle against Sulu Zijinhua. That is the information collected by the Eye of Truth. Perfectly counted all of Sulu Zijinhua's whole cards, as well as various perfect targeting methods. Sulu Zijinhua thinks she is in control of the overall situation, she thinks she is scheming, and she has calculated everything. This is what he thinks. After the fundamental information is exposed, even if it is an ordinary second-level wizard apprentice, there is still a great chance to defeat Sulu Zijinhua. Roar. The size of the blood-colored giant wolf has reached about 20 meters, and it looks like a huge monster, making the roar of a real giant wolf. During the running of the giant blood-colored wolf, the snow layer melted continuously, unable to withstand such a high density of blood-colored energy particles. Angelet didn't just notice the giant blood-colored wolf released by the blood wolf witchcraft. Instead, he paid more attention to Sulu Zijinhua in the direction behind him. There is a 90% possibility that he knows that this is the bait thrown by Sulu Zijinhua to attract his gaze and attention. The next killer move should be a combination of the bloodlight witchcraft and the fang breath witchcraft. Coming. Angelet's heart moved slightly, the moment the giant blood-colored wolf swooped down from the sky. The black corrosive energy particles entwined around him spread out from the black sphere faster, and Angelet used the dark walk witchcraft. In the next moment, darkness like ink spread directly centered on Angelet. A black range space with a coverage of about 30 meters is formed. Even if you looked in from the outside, it was as dark as ink, and it was impossible to see what happened. Sulu Zijinhua's pupils also fluctuated. He couldn't see what was going on in this witchcraft. And when the blood-colored giant wolf swooped down, it seemed to have directly entered the dark space area. It was as if it had been swallowed directly. No more sound came out. Sulu Zijinhua's face was full of surprise and uncertainty, but he still had the confidence to kill that newborn witchcraft. In addition to the consumption of traps along the way, more is the incomparable belief in one's own strength. So I feel very confident. After the blessing of the purified core, he now has the confidence to fight against the third-level master apprentice. And there is still a chance to win it. No matter how bad it is, you can save your own life, or make a tie. What's more, it's just a little newborn wizard. It's just a small witchcraft that affects the surrounding environment and causes my sight and senses to change. A disdainful expression appeared on Sulu Zijinhua's face. As one of the strongest wizard apprentices in the House of Commons, he has already experienced many battles and has enough resourcefulness and experience. Naturally, he discovered the flaw in Angelet's witchcraft in an instant. But because it didn't affect her, Sulu Zijinhua didn't bother to contact such influence. Avoid causing some volatility, mistakes and omissions in the combination witchcraft that you are brewing. Sulu Zijinhua narrowed her eyes, as if judging something, and seems to be locking something. And in his pupils, tiny blood streaks appeared, and his eyes became extremely sharp. Like the pupils of a wild beast, including the nose is also faintly changing and twitching, as if sniffing something. This is his bloodline ability. As for the extraordinary creature, it has reached a certain strength and stage. You can no longer use your eyes to see. You can even use the killing lock in the dark, the heart of hunting. At this moment, Sulu Zijinhua is using this technique. Eventually, he pinpointed Angelet's location in the darkness. The corner of Sulu Zijinhua's mouth split open suddenly, revealing the gradually sharpened side-by-side teeth. Backquote, I found you, little one. The curvature of the corner of the mouth also hooked up abruptly, reaching a level that a human cannot do. The extraordinarily ferocious distortion was enough to stop a child from crying. The next moment, Su Luzi's good Jinhua clasped her hands together again, and the blood-colored energy particles on her body poured directly into her hands and throat. As a result, his throat instantly swelled up. Then, the hands gathered the highest level of blood-colored energy particles, which directly turned into a blood-colored light beam, shining into the darkness. The dark space melted instantly like snow melting. The scene inside was revealed. The blood light began to scatter, and in an instant, the dark space was completely melted, revealing everything inside. It also made Sulu Zijinhua see Angelet, who was covering her face under the blood light. The arc of the corner of the mouth was even more distorted. And with it, the expansion of the throat has also reached the limit. The life surrounded by the bloody light will be restrained from top to bottom, unable to move. This is a definite result. Even if it is a third-level wizard apprentice, don't try to break free. Sulu Zijinhua thought that when her elder brother fought with her, she was also shrouded in his blood, and could only use other means to defeat herself. And the method is still out of the blood, ambush in advance. Not to mention this little thing. So, this battle is won by him. Go to hell, peel, roar, the fang breath witchcraft. Sulu Zijinhua opened her mouth directly, and the high-frequency energy particles that had already accumulated to the limit turned into a terrifying blood-colored energy light wave and shot out. And the place where it landed was Angelet's location. This blood-red energy light wave is too amazing, and the energy fluctuations emitted are simply creepy. In an instant, it landed on Angelet's position, and then exploded violently. Bang! At the entrance of the plateau area, there seems to be traces of some huge creature crushed all the way to the depths of the plateau area. The huge creature that created such traces was very fast, and it had already walked into the area covered with flying snow. It was a terrifying monster composed of various limbs and flesh. It had 4 flesh and blood legs intertwined like twists, and there were more than a dozen human legs intertwined. There are various human arms on the surface of the huge spherical body, like the petals of a flower, densely packed, looking extremely strange. The most important thing is that there are 10 faces in the flesh and blood. 4 of them are the corpses of monster wizards, and the other 6 are other freshmen who entered the secret realm. The most conspicuous ones are of course the 2 faces of Aya and Kalen. With their own tenacious resentment, they directly overwhelm the other faces and completely become the controllers of the huge physical body in this episode. Meat. I want meat, more meat. Aya's face is full of greed and sick expression. And Kalen is full of resentment and violence. Why can you have a good body? Why don't you have to go through this? Eat, I will eat you all. While chanting, the other faces on the body also roared in the same way. The remnant meditation idea has penetrated deep into the bone marrow genes, and the distorted influence that affects the mind and spiritual power can no longer be exempted. With the passage of time, the consciousness of these 10 people will be completely mixed into everything. The superposition of strengths is the superposition of the physical body, the superposition of mental power, and the superposition of aptitude. The retoucher is very greedy and wants everything, but if Angelet is here, it will be obvious. It is impossible to think of achieving a real superposition of strengths. There will also be great flaws in fusion, and the final result is that the influence of mental power exists completely, and gradually loses itself and becomes a chaotic and fleshy monster without self-awareness. But one thing is certain is that if they are superimposed and fused like this, even if they cannot be completely fused, it will be extremely terrifying for the improvement of strength. Just like the current flesh and blood monster, its aura is constantly increasing, and it has reached the level of a third-level wizard apprentice. That is really achieved, far surpassing the semi-hanging that Sulu Zijinhua used to propose the core. And the breadth is still increasing, it seems that there is no end to it. The flesh-faced monster has an incomparably huge body that has reached a height of about 10 meters. Every bit of flesh and blood on its body is the body of a newborn wizard. The core of the remnant fetus meditation method has turned into the core heart, embedded in the very center, and it is also a weird connector formed by connecting all the viscera of the physical body. It promotes the continuous energy and blood power, supporting the movement of this huge body. The power that can be erupted is also extremely exaggerated. Even Angulet didn't expect such a situation to happen. This is also because he completely killed the monster wizard, which caused a riot in the mind of the remnant fetus. The current monsters with flesh and blood faces are dominated by the will of Aya and Kalen, which is to kill all wizards, eat them, and become like themselves, becoming one with themselves. And on the mountainside of the plateau area, Freya and Sophia also arrived here, with deep fatigue on their faces. The environment is really too harsh. Some energy particles in the body consume too much. But it is estimated that it is possible to enter the top of the mountain. I hope the smell has been completely eliminated. However, judging from some traces of battle along the road, they analyzed that there was an unknown existence who had fought all the way from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain without any possibility of blocking it. Such strength is really too terrifying. The corpses of those extraordinary creatures along the road, and the terrain changes caused by the wizard formation. The breath that was revealed made the two of them feel deeply suffocated. It is impossible to imagine what kind of strength one must have to be able to reach such a level. Freya, it seems that the development of things has gotten out of control. This is definitely not the level that new wizards can achieve. I don't know who it is. But the corpses and auras of some extraordinary creatures left over from this plateau mountain range are far from what we can deal with. Sophia said with a frown. Freya exclaimed at this time, Sophia, what is that? Sophia looked in the direction Freya was pointing at, and soon saw the body of the huge flesh and blood monster climbing the plateau mountain peak. The pupils contracted suddenly, and panic appeared on the face. Is this the monster wizard, or something? But no matter what it is not something we can deal with. The two could only desperately run towards the top of the mountain. It seemed that they could only hope that the powerful existence who had passed all the way would be able to deal with such a monster. Just looking at the flesh and blood monster from a distance, I felt physical and mental discomfort, which was really terrible. In the real situation, the strength of that monster has reached an unimaginable level. The bloody energy light wave hit a point and started a terrifying energy release. There wasn't much cracking sound, except for the initial roar. The rest is the scene where the blood light scatters, reflecting the whole sky red. The bloody energy directly evaporated the snow on the ground into a huge pothole, and the energy was still pouring out, spreading and obliterating a larger area. In the end, there was already a range of about 20 meters. They were all shrouded in such fluctuations of blood-colored energy particles. This range and power are too terrifying. It is not something that ordinary wizards can release. This is a sorcery that makes third-level wizard apprentices frown when they see it. If it is hard resistance, not many third-level wizard apprentices can withstand it. This is also Sulu Zijinhua's strongest sorcery, and it can be called the ultimate embodiment of his sorcerer's path. It combines the characteristics of bloodline witchcraft and elemental witchcraft. It's your blessing to be able to die under this witchcraft, little thing. Sulu Zijinhua gasped heavily, his chest heaved continuously, and fatigue visible to the naked eye appeared on his body. With such a move, he can only send out one move in a short period of time. The purified core on the chest also exudes a dazzling red light, and has reached a certain stage of wear and tear. If it continues, it will take his life and potential to fight head-on. However, depending on the situation, it is very effective. In the fluctuating blood energy tide, there is no visibility at all, only the endlessly scattered red light. Sulu Zijinhua is very confident, and she is sure that Angelet will not survive. As long as it is still a life of flesh and blood, it is impossible to survive in such an energy catharsis. Unless the opponent has far exceeded the level that he can achieve. But how is this possible, such high density, high-frequency energy particle fluctuations, unless there are extreme wizard apprentices present, or formal master wizards? Otherwise, that guy would not be able to survive anyway. The most important thing is that he has indeed locked the position of the opponent's body, absolutely unmistakable. You let me enjoy myself, little thing, I have made so many preparations for you, and it was not in vain. You gave me such a small surprise. Sulu Zijinhua's body temperature gradually began to drop, and the blood-colored energy particles also gradually retracted from the whole body into the body, no longer being purified and excited. Fortunately, he didn't reach the loading stage. In his own calculations, he had already solved this kid. Otherwise, Adedibi may have to pay some terrible price to come out. It is possible that his own wizarding path has also been affected by some unavoidable. It has to be said that Angelet gave Sulu Zijinhua a big fright. It almost got out of his control, but the final result is biased towards him, which is good. What a monster! Fortunately, it died in my hands, and I strangled it in advance. If I continue to grow it, I don't know what kind of situation it will reach. Then the Zijinhua family will be completely over. No wonder Hank Zijinhua will die, no wonder the old patriarch will ask to kill this guy, everything has a reason. Now you can fight me head to head. Before that, you even had a lot of whole card consumption, as well as strength consumption. If there were no such consumption, would it be me who wins now, or I would be the one who dies? Sulu Zijinhua didn't dare to think about that scene. Those who waited for the Zijinhua family would be doomed. If he didn't like to go all out when he was fighting, he probably would have fallen into this guy's hands. It's really scary. Is this really a freshman? I'm afraid he has the potential to become an apprentice wizard of the limit, or even a full-time wizard. Sulu Zijinhua thought in her heart, and she also breathed a sigh of relief. It's no wonder that extreme wizard apprentices like Polaris are so close to this new student. This is investing in advance. But winning is everything, the final result is that I won after all. A bright smile appeared on Sulu Zijinhua's face. I admit that you are very strong, you are the scariest person I have ever met in this life, but it is meaningless, ha ha ha. I won. Sulu Zijinhua repeated this sentence, as if she was giving herself confidence. The frenzy of blood-colored energy particles gradually subsided, and everything in the scorched black pit had been wiped out. Even the air becomes viscous, all because of the reaction of high-density energy particles. However, at this moment, a faint voice came out, which caused Sulu Zijinhua's complexion to change wildly. His pupils were full of disbelief. It seems, you haven't won yet. In the scorched black hole, a figure that made Sulu Zijinhua's lips tremble was still standing there intact. It's impossible, you can't survive, I don't believe it. Sulu Zijinhua let out her own roar, and it even became sharp because of the huge emotional fluctuations. After Angelet experienced that terrifying energy vent, the wizard robe on his body was not even damaged at all, not even the slightest mess. This is amazing, completely beyond the imagination and understanding of Sulu Zijinhua. Even his big brother, Buria Zijinhua, the strongest among the third-level wizard apprentices, can't be so calm and breezy. Are you a human or a ghost? Don't be kidding. Already, I absolutely do not believe such a result. Sulu Zijinhua roared hysterically, and even staggered a few times, almost falling to the ground. You should be dead, you should have died a long time ago, it is impossible to be alive, illusion, this must be an illusion. Angelet's expression was indifferent, and the black sphere behind him slowly floated in front of Angelet under the control of the materialized spiritual force. The degree of consumption of the corrosive energy particles in it is about 3/10, or 4/10. The quality of energy particles is comparable to that of an official wizard. Although the corrosive energy particles produced by Angelet are rare, it is already very good that Sulu Zijinhua can achieve this level. You gave me a nice surprise. Angelet smiled faintly. But it's a pity that you haven't shown enough to reach my limit. But it's already surprising me to be able to perform like this, Sulu Zijinhua. Angelet walked slowly towards Sulu Zijinhua, and the corrosive energy particles in the black sphere gradually floated out and surrounded Angelet's body like a black horse. There is no special effect, nor any breath, but just looking at such black energy particles, one can feel a kind of creepiness from the bottom of the heart. Especially when concentrating one's mental power on the corrosive energy particles, that kind of spiritual power seems to be swallowed and corroded. Sulu Zijinhua's pupils showed horror, and subconsciously stepped back a few steps. Angelet's eyes were indifferent, and he said with a light smile, "So, Sulu Zijinhua, do you have any cards that can make me excited?" Sulu Zijinhua's expression was ferocious and distorted, her pupils were bloodshot, and she gnashed her teeth and roared. "Stop kidding, who do you think you are, who do you think you are? Mudblood. You are fighting with the wizard of the Zijinhua family, die, die." Sulu Zijinhua directly stretched out her hand and inserted it into her chest. The aura on his body suddenly had a tendency to explode again. But he pinched his heart and activated the last resort. Means to die together. Sulu Zijinhua's pupils are full of madness, die, die here together. As long as you die, the Zijinhua family will still be able to survive, and even have a bright future. You are alive, the Zijinhua family's biggest nightmare. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Angelet's mouth. Okay, I don't have much time to continue here with you, I still have a lot of experiments to do. So, disappear. In Angelet's pupils, a light golden stream of data flickered. With all the means of Sulu Zijinhua, there is no possibility of hiding. Including the method of killing each other that he is carrying out now. There is no longer any chance of changing the number. Angelet was sure. Afterwards, he waved his right hand forward lightly, and the black sphere behind him began to release more corrosion energy particles. It turned into a mass of pitch-black horses, rolling towards Sulu Zijinhua. The speed is extremely fast, but it looks very slow. When Sulu Zijinhua came back to her senses, the pure black horse had already arrived. After he activated the last hole card, the blood-red energy particles were squeezed out from the cells in all parts of the body again. It is continuous and surging, and it is even more powerful than before. Blood-colored light waves appeared everywhere in his body, and the muscles stretched up one by one, including the blood vessels and tendons, which swelled to the limit, even broke through the limit, ruptured, and blood flowed out from the capillary pores, out. Sulu Zijinhua's face was covered with blood, but she laughed happily. "I will die, and you will die too, but if they all die, I will win." This is his last resort, crushing his heart, stimulating the blood core in the heart, coupled with the purification of the core, directly burst out 10 times the power. He didn't pay too much attention to the black horse that had arrived in front of him, although he did feel a little uncomfortable looking at it. But the blood-red energy particles he has now can be comparable to some Limit Master apprentices. Energy particles of this quality can directly and completely destroy any opponent. Let's die together. A blood-colored flame burned on Sulu Zijinhua's body. It was that the blood-colored energy particles had reached a new height, as if they had condensed into a substance. Endless lights appeared on his body, rushing towards Angelet at an extremely fast speed. The naked eye can't capture the speed of Sulu Zijinhua at this moment, but it can be seen that it is due to the extreme speed and the heavy water vapor caused by the super high temperature. The channel that presents a branch line, for the oncoming black horse, also directly chooses to break through. Seeing this scene, Angelet only showed a mocking expression on the corner of his mouth. Calmness is the most basic quality that a wizard should have. But it's a pity that Sulu Zijinhua has completely lost her calmness and the ability to think carefully. Then the result was within his expectations and also unexpected. Originally, I thought that it would take a few more seconds to show the ability to transform a corrosive energy particle. It seems that it should not be necessary. Chi. Sulu Zijinhua discovered something that made him despair. That's the black horse, it can't be hit at all, and the blood-colored energy particles don't have such strange black energy particles. How can that be? Instead, the black energy particles actually attached to his body directly. It began to corrode the blood-colored energy particles. Moreover, the speed of corrosion was too fast, like melting snow, it had already spread to his body in an instant. No. What is this? What is this energy particle? How could there be such a terrible thing? What have you done? Sulu Zijinhua rolled on the ground in embarrassment, trying to get rid of the black energy particles on her body. But no matter how much he struggled, no matter what method he used, he couldn't get rid of the corrosive energy particles on his body. The extreme pain appeared in every part of the body, and it started to melt directly. 3 seconds later, Sulu Zijinhua became a pool of black water with corrosive substances, and completely disappeared in this world. Angelet walked over slowly, stretched out his hand, and put the remaining corrosive energy particles into the black ball. The minor troubles of the Zijinhua family were temporarily resolved. But Angelet will also go to liquidate in the future. His eyes fell on the entrance and exit, a hidden crypt entrance. The Eye of Truth has already detected and discovered that there is a hole in it that can lead to another place. It is also the exit of the Freshman's Assessment secret realm. But Angelet didn't choose to leave now. He didn't forget that there was one more thing to do. That is to carry out the liquidation to the end. Took the lives of the 2 women. This is the burial place he chose for those 2 women and this Sulu Zijinhua. Accompanied by wind and snow, the natural atmosphere is so strong, wouldn't it be beautiful to be buried here? A faint smile appeared on the corner of Angelet's mouth. But no matter how you look at this smile, it is extremely indifferent. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something, and his expression changed. His eyes were also squinted. He turned around, and looked in one direction. There is the only way to get to the top. Boom boom boom. The sound of heavy footsteps came over, as if the entire chiffon was trembling. This is actually just a big illusion. It's just the ground reaction caused by the snow layer. But it can also be reflected in a disguised form that a behemoth is coming up. This made the expression on Angelet's face a little surprised. This breath is. In the pupils, the pale golden light of data slowly filled, and he saw more things. And Angelet's pupils also shrank slightly. The expression on his face became inexplicable. No fear, just a bit of sophistication. Soon, as the ground trembled more and more frequently, the snow layer was also moving in the process of the behemoth, and the trembling frequency caused by it caused the constant trembling and softness. Finally, that giant climbed to the top of the snow peak and appeared in front of Angelet. A bloodless gray arm stretched out first, followed by a woman's leg that had been half dissolved in a pair of pants. The black liquid dripped continuously, when the whole body was fully displayed. Angelet had already made some mental preparations, but at the moment when he saw the capital, his expression was also moved. That's a pure flesh and blood mutation to blame for me. 6 or 7 heads were clustered together, all scattered on the core meatball in the middle. Only faces can make expressions. Various arms and legs, limbs, and other parts of the core meatball. And under the feet is a structure with several thighs intertwined with each other to support the bloated body for walking. There are no eyes, no facial features, and the heads that are crowded on the surface of the body are almost completely decomposed, and the various facial features are fused into the surface of the fleshy sphere. It may appear that the mouth is below, the ears are behind, the eyes are on the left, and the buttocks are in the middle. Angelet narrowed his eyes. Among these heads and faces, he unexpectedly saw many acquaintances. Aya and that Kalen are among them, and still occupy the most important positions. The second is the faces of other freshmen. Almost all the new students are on the body of this flesh and blood monster that has reached a size of about 15 meters. Even, Angelet saw Freya and Sophia. However, it is much better than other newborns. It seems that it has just been fused in. Most of the body is on the surface of the flesh sphere, the top, but the upper body is also lying on the stomach, and it seems to be in a coma. According to this trend, it is estimated that it will not be long before it will be completely integrated into the flesh and blood sphere. Meat, I want meat. All the distorted faces roared. Among them, the faces of Aya and Kalen made even more venomous voices the moment they saw Angelet. Angelet, I want to eat you. Why can you have your own body and live so well? You too must die, and become one with us, Angelet. All the faces said in unison at the same time, and the voices continued to overlap, which seemed to have some other effects. The sound wave kept echoing in Angelet's ears until it completely enveloped the top of the entire mountain. Gradually, Angelet became a bit sluggish, and couldn't even move a single finger of his own. And that huge flesh and blood monster rushed towards Angelet. The snow cover is constantly trembling. The weight of this flesh and blood monster is really too astonishing. After all, more than a dozen freshmen merged together at the same time, and under the influence of extraordinary properties, the quality increased again. Hint: you are suffering from a mental judgment. If you fail the judgment, you will be full of timidity, and your mental will be chaotic and twisted to a certain extent, and you will be slaughtered. During the judgment, the host's mental power and willpower are extremely powerful. The mental judgment was successful. Angoulette only felt that way for a moment, and immediately recovered in the next second. But this is also very amazing. Including this flesh and blood monster, it was not what he expected. He couldn't help but frown slightly. The light golden data in the pupils reappeared, and now, the relevant information of the flesh and blood monster was completely analyzed. Target: Remnant. Strength: comparable to a third-level wizard apprentice still in the process of upgrading. It is estimated that after digesting the bodies of the two wizards, after fusion, they will gain strength comparable to the peak of a third-level wizard apprentice. Biography: because the wizard Angoulette completely killed a crippled experimental subject, the crippled meditation thought spontaneously started to riot in the remaining experimental body. The ultimate idea. After a battle, the terrifying monster, Remnant, was successfully born from the fusion of the bodies of 12 wizards. Because of the principle of superposition of strengths, it can evolve without end. Life, the extraordinary life, is the most eager. But everything has a limit after all. This limit is a series of shackles, locked on all existence. In the process of fusion, the strength will continue to improve, self-consciousness and rationality will also be mixed together, completely chaotic, become a chaotic monster of flesh and blood without self, and then in the endless desire, complete cell annihilation, self. Supplement: Remnant Tire has the strength comparable to a third-level wizard apprentice, but this is the situation after comprehensive consideration. The specific details have reached 32 in physical body, 28 in mental power, and have a certain immortality. Angelette's heart was full of astonishment that it had reached such a high level. Even in terms of spiritual power, it has surpassed Angoulette himself. You know, this is just the fusion and superposition of a group of first-level wizard apprentices. It can be seen from this that there are still some mysteries in the experimental research of picture-retouching wizards. Angoulette was really amazed by the remnant meditation method. Even gave birth to some research ideas. This is a common problem of wizards, who want to understand the unknown, and then grasp it in their hands. The strength of the remnant fetus is very strong, and it is the absolute overlord in the secret realm of the freshman assessment, the existence of random killings. Maybe, give this guy a little more time to eat the extraordinary creatures in the entire secret realm, and the estimated level he can achieve will be even more terrifying. Even if there are some big restrictions, it is not so simple to reach the highest stage. But the strengths are superimposed, and Beau comes to the throne. Angoulette didn't find it strange even if he reached the 40-point value of the extreme wizard apprentice level. But it will definitely not be the opponent of any extreme wizard apprentice. Because battles are battles, and values are values, they cannot be the same. The strength of a wizard is not just represented by numerical values. Just a part of many aspects. Just like now, Angoulette has the self-confidence to defeat this remnant. But Angoulette is a little tangled. That's how to leave this guy with a sigh of relief. His methods are extremely lethal. If you use one with less lethality, in terms of the immortality of the remnant fetus, it doesn't do much harm at all. Using the one that would do the most damage, Angoulette was afraid that he would kill this remnant. Boom boom boom. Facing the rushing of the damaged fetus, all the flesh and blood faces on that huge body were looking at Angoulette longingly, wanting to tear his flesh and blood. Be one with us. A sneer appeared on the corner of Angelette's mouth. The black sphere floated behind him, and with a slight wave of his right hand, 4 shadow spikes pierced out directly piercing the thighs formed by the 2 limbs of the remnant tire, and took root to the ground. That huge force, because of the imbalance of the feet, began to have nowhere to vent, and could only collapse along with the huge inertia. Boom! As the ground trembled, the remnant tire just fell in front of Angelette's black boots. How clumsy! Angoulette had a mocking look on his face. Not to mention him, even Sulu Zijinhua has a way to kill such a big guy who doesn't have much brains. This remnant fetus can be said to be the brainchild of a retouching wizard, and it is also the most important experiment of the remnant fetus meditation method. According to Angelette's analysis, being able to transform these 5 freshmen into disabled fetuses, probably paid a great price for the retouching wizard, perhaps using all their resources. There is no more ability to reshape the remnant. Perhaps this is the last hope of the retouching wizard. Contains some ultimate mysteries of the remnant meditation method in it. Once the disabled fetus is lost, even a picture retouching wizard can only be blank for a long period of time and cannot continue to carry out experiments related to the disabled fetus. In other words, it is impossible to perfect the way to improve oneself as a wizard. Angelet sneered at the corner of his mouth. He was naturally happy for this guy who had to settle sooner or later. Maybe some special wizard knowledge can be researched from the remnant. However, he must obtain the means to reverse the remnant fetus meditation method. Therefore, research in this area is still necessary. Thinking of this, Angelet has already made some decisions. The potential of the remnant has to be said to be very powerful, and the strengths are superimposed. This exquisite idea, even Angelet himself, must be praised for it. Chi-Chi, the remnant, who fell to the ground, started to move again, but this time the flesh and blood body has undergone great changes. That's the part of the leg. More flesh and blood grew out and attached to the leg. If Angelet uses the same method next time, it won't be able to knock it down. There was a look of surprise in Angelet's eyes. This remnant is actually able to improve itself. Is this an instinct, or what? Similar to survival of the fittest, the ego has evolved a correlative physical aspect to exempt some troublesome difficulties. Angelet is becoming more and more interested in the remnant. If you want to see what kind of level this big guy can achieve. The remnant had already stood up, stretched out a huge fleshy palm, and grabbed it towards Angelet. There were all kinds of black viscous liquid secreted on it, which looked a little disgusting. Angelet didn't intend to touch this guy directly with his hand. According to the information analyzed by the Eye of Truth, every part of the body of the remnant fetus is filled with the flesh and blood of the remnant fetus, releasing a special black liquid that can adhere and fuse any flesh and blood life that it touches. But it doesn't mean that Angelet has no other solutions. In the black sphere, all the remaining corrosive energy particles were secreted, floating around Angelet's body. The next moment, it directly turned into a deep black net, which was cast on the body of the remnant. The effect is almost immediate. The flesh and blood on the remnant body began to melt, and it was comparable to official wizard-level energy particles, but it was still corrosive. There was no resistance at all, and at least 20% of his flesh and blood melted quickly. And this 20%, compared to the mass and volume of the remnant tire itself, is within an extremely huge range. And during this period, the huge body of the remnant struggler also curled up, and those exposed limbs began to shrink continuously. Angelet frowned. The consumption of corrosive energy particles was also quite a lot. Almost 30% of the original. It is also the reason why this remnant has too weird immortality. The second is that the corrosive energy particles possessed by Angelet are really too rare. Although it can be completely killed, the amount of corrosive energy particles consumed is also unacceptable to Angelet. Angelet also discovered a very special point, that is, after the remnant fetus itself consumed a large amount of biological energy, it actually began to accelerate the process of melting. To put it simply, it is to digest the many residual limbs attached to the surface of the blood-colored flesh ball, and replenish the energy that becomes the core of the flesh and blood of the residual fetus. Angelet narrowed his eyes, and Freya and Sophia on the surface of the fleshy ball were of course also attached. The progress of being absorbed was obviously much faster, which also caused obvious reactions in the bodies of the two of them. A painful expression appeared on his face, and his face was distorted. Because of the mental influence of the remnant, he did not wake up. It also proves that the pain suffered in the body is much greater. Angelet was thinking, and soon, he had some new ideas. The substantive spiritual power manipulated these corrosive energy particles and returned to the black sphere. Then, with his right hand, he lightly rubbed the wizard ring, with the flash of dark luster. A slightly ferocious cross sword with sharp bony spurs extending from the handle and inlaid with many pitch-black scales appeared in Angelet's hand. The sword body is also pure bone white, and the tip is similar to rounded spikes and bone pillars. And the blade is full of absolute extreme sharpness. As soon as the sword appeared, an unprecedented oppressive force descended on the surrounding area. Even the temperature suddenly rose several degrees. With Angelet as the center, the surrounding ice and snow are gradually melting, forming ice water. Fire Dragon Sword reappears, and Remnant Tyre obviously felt the horror of the Fire Dragon Sword, and all the faces looked over in fear. The Remnant itself is afraid of the energy particles of the fire element. The Fire Dragon Sword is made from the spine, scales and painstaking efforts of an ancient dragon. One can imagine the terrifying power of the fire elemental energy contained in it. This is a special wizard weapon that even official wizards cannot possess. There will even be some peeps. The real ancient dragon has been extinct for an unknown number of years. Or it exists, but it is hidden and unknown to the world. Formal wizards don't mind studying the mysteries of ancient dragons. It is only natural for the Remnant to be afraid of the Fire Dragon Sword. Angelet's idea is to completely divide the Remnant. He doesn't need the extra flesh and blood outside. Only the inner core of the disabled Tyre is enough. The picture-retouching wizard is very concerned about his experiment, and he will probably observe it at the entrance and exit. But as long as this part of the core of the disabled fetus is put into the wizard ring, no matter what it is undetectable, even if the retouching wizard has a special sensory ability. This is the isolation of the spatial level. Of course, there is also a small part of the reason, seeing that Sophia and Freya have some value. It is a pity to die in such a disabled fetus. Angelet needs these two women to help him complete the reversal related to the remnant pregnancy. That is, as a special experimental subject. The lower bodies of the two of them have been integrated into the disabled fetus, and it is simply impossible to return to the previous state. The physical body is completely polluted. Of course, all of this requires the willingness of the two women to sign the relevant wizard contract. Angelet just observed some information about these two women with the eye of truth, and it might be possible to become a member of his wizard circle of interests. After entering the upper house, some aspects are completely different from the rules of the lower house. Difficulty from Polaris. There are also some actions of Dr. Crow, which can be seen. These two are both extreme wizard apprentices. But if the two women didn't want to, Angelet didn't care. As long as you have obtained the core of the remnant fetus, you have almost grasped the lifeblood of the remnant fetus meditation idea. Sooner or later the reversal will be possible. The eye of truth can do the best inspection. Angelet has always followed the wizard's principles. Everything is voluntary and guaranteed by the contract. Holding the fire dragon cross sword in hand, Angelet walked towards the crafted tie, step by step, and many faces of crafted Tyre looked at Angelet's figure and the fire dragon sword in fear. Even the faces of Aya and Kalen cried together. Don't kill me, Angelet, don't kill me. We came on a big boat, we are all freshmen, and we are each other's companions. Other flesh and blood faces followed suit. But the more he behaved like this, the excitement in Angelet's eyes became more intense. What a miraculous creation, can it actually reach such a level? It seems that the survival of the fittest of the remnant, that is, immortality and survivability, is even higher than Angelet's prediction. He wanted more and more to dissect this damaged fetus, and then study its inner structure. Without the slightest hesitation, a large number of fire energy particles suddenly ignited on the Huolongjian, forming an expanding flame light. The fire dragon sword energy was released from the sword body, raging towards the remnant. Angelet slashed the fire dragon sword horizontally and vertically, and the cross-shaped fire dragon sword energy fell on the disabled fetus. With Angelet as the source, all the snow along the road melted into liquid and returned to the original mountain topography. This is unprecedented. This snow peak has been covered by wind and snow for an unknown number of years. But at this moment, everything melted under the terrifying flame and sword energy raging. The extreme high temperature has brought a long-lasting warmth to this place. The huge body of the remnant fetus became an obstacle instead, and it was impossible to avoid such a terrifying fire dragon sword energy. Chi. A large amount of flesh and blood was directly roasted and shrunk, and the quality began to disappear. The crisis of death stimulates the survival ability of the remnant. But it didn't do anything. No matter how much the remnant fetus shrinks its body, no matter how high the quality of flesh and blood is superimposed, But the super high energy explosion of the fire dragon sword is still unbearable. Even if he was an official wizard, he would frown slightly in the face of such a fire dragon sword aura. What's more, it's just a remnant, comparable to a third-level wizard apprentice. The picture-retouching wizard is already on his way to the secret realm of the freshman test, and he is going to the exit. Once these freshmen pass the assessment, he can directly tell which person is the master of that back. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a piercing pain, as if his most important thing was about to leave him. Couldn't help covering his chest, and then half kneeled on the ground, causing the wizard apprentices passing by to look a little surprised. But I dare not say anything more. The reality is that in the area of the lower house, the people around are also students of the lower house. I can still recognize the upper court costume worn by the retouching wizard. The retouching wizard's face is full of ferociousness, his pupils. A picture was reflected in it. That's fire. Endless flames surged, and there was no way to escape. The body is burning, constantly shrinking, necrotic. The extreme pain almost made the picture-retouching wizard collapse. Gritting his teeth firmly, the resentment in his heart was almost about to come out. He knew everything about him was ruined. Whether it is the experiment of the remnant fetus, or the perfection of the idea of remnant fetus meditation, there is no way to continue. Completely ruined. The picture-retouching wizard has no resources to restart his own experiment, and for his own experiment, he has borrowed an unknown amount of resources and dark spots from the Bone Club. If it wasn't for the experiment, how could he have participated in such a long and time-consuming drudgery of recruiting wizards? Everything is for my own remnant meditation idea. But all of this is gone, completely wiped out. He has already shaped the core of the disabled fetus. Who the hell did it? Who has such strength? The picture-retouching wizard was on the verge of a nervous breakdown, his eyes were bloodshot. It was already gnashing of teeth. In the flames, he saw a vague figure, very similar to the previous figure. I swear, I will find you and tear you apart, no matter who you are. On the top of the snow-covered peak, the dazzling flames formed a phantom of a fire dragon, which spread its wings and roared. The flesh and blood limbs cut off by the fire dragon's sword energy, the bodies of Freya and Sophia rolled to the ground, unconscious. As for the remnant fetus itself, the flesh and blood continued to shrink, and a large amount of scorched black liquid flowed on the ground. In the end, only a black meat ball full of tentacles was left on the ground, and the activity was almost gone. Angelette thought for a while. The survival ability of the fittest is very strong in the remnant fetus, and maybe it is possible to play dead. To be on the safe side, he still did not extinguish the roasting of the fire dragon sword chi. The extreme temperature almost melted this black tentacle ball. Finally, the many tentacles of the black tentacled meatballs also completely melted, leaving only black meatballs like stones. About the size of a fist. Angelette slowly withdrew the fire dragon sword energy and put it into the wizard ring. The substantive spiritual power pulled the black core over. Angelette found a larger special glass bottle from the wizard ring, then put it in, and put it into the wizard ring as well. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.